Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. I'm going to try a Scottish accent, but I'll butcher it. Irish, Scottish. It's not going to happen this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to all of you on this fine St. Paddy's Day. It is St. Patrick's Day all day today, and I'm wearing green in honor of that. As you can see. Wait. Let's see. Do you see it? It's tiny. It's the only thing I had in my closet that was clean that had green on it. It's a little tiny, I don't know what it is. It's a little shark symbol, and the nose of the shark is green. I'm going to count that today. It's going to save me from pinches from my kids. And they were right on it this morning. They woke me up and they're like, "What are you going to wear today?" so I'm wearing green. I promise. Oh man, it's good to have you all here. Good to have everyone here, especially Kathy this morning. Kathy, as those of you might know, Kathy is up in the frozen tundra. Where they received just an excess of snow over the past week. At times, I think she even lost power due to the snow. Wasn't sure if she was even going to get out of the house. Just checked in with her this morning, and apparently I believe the hubby's been able to plow a little bit or shovel some snow and at least make an exit path. The internet's up, the power's on. You've got enough. You've got all the necessary assets at your disposal to take care of the internet worldwide, apparently. So even though you're still trying to thaw out and just dig out, we're going to go ahead and dump the burden of internet ownership right on your shoulders, Kathy.
I was kicked back, taking it easy
because you were first in chat, and so thank you very much for doing that. Thanks for being here. Good to have you with us. I was looking for a tool that would help me with roll call, and I think I might find one. It's not a tool designed for roll call in YouTube live chat. It's actually a tool designed to find trolls in chat and to sort of weed them out. It's like a Chrome plugin, but I think I can sort of reverse engineer it and use it in a way that it will alphabetize or at least put everyone's name in order once. So I only have to call people once, because I do feel bad when people get their name missed on the roll call in the morning, as well as some people get their name called like 20 times because I have a poor memory. But either way, Kathy is here, and she was here first. So thank you very much, Kathy. I appreciate that. Great to have you here with us. Let's see. I need to hit this button here and this one here, and then that one there again. Okay, now we're good. All right, let's see. We've got, I think my chat updated. I've got Toxic Orchid, Cachette, Born a Hawkeye, Cheryl Myers, MK is in the house, Sharon McDonald, Abby UK, T-Rocks, Red Pen, Last Poet, Micah Ruddle, Denise Feldman Ersland, Suzanne, the giant rat that makes all the rules is here. Good morning to you. T-Rocks, we got Abby already. Jojo Peter. Andrea, good morning. Karen Games is here as well. I think you were second, Karen. I think so. You were here pretty early on. Let's see, Rachel Wood. Katie214, good morning to you. Coming in from rainy Detroit. Time change still has been messed up, right? It takes like 6 months to get, to get in the groove of things in the new time, and then they just switch it on us again. Somebody, there was a membership that came in, and I cannot find it. Somebody had a member message, and it came in. Oh, let's see. There's another one, but I missed one, and I apologize if I missed your member message, whoever that was. But I see Tina Hassan. Thank you very much, Tina, for becoming a member and supporting us that way. Wonderful to have you here. Please take your seat by typing !seat in chat. Move right up to the front row where the view is fantastic. You can hear everything perfectly. We wish. And you get to sit with your friends. Let's Let's see. Carol Martin. Ooh, another one. KH in South Carolina. Look at that. Look at that green. That green courthouse next to your name. Member for 2 months already. Going on number 3. Thank you so much, Kay, for your support. Are you back in South Carolina, or are you still out of state? Let us know how your travels are going. See, Carrie says, I hope everyone has a good day today. Just found out a very good, oh my goodness, a very good friend of mine passed away unexpectedly. I'm in shock and speechless. Wishing you a great day and weekend. Carrie, I am so sorry. My heart's go out to you and to her and her family. If there's anything we can do to help you or cheer you up or anything, please let us know. Appreciate you being here. So sorry. I apologize. I start reading a message before I get to the end, and so I started that message not knowing that was ending with bad news, and just breaks my heart. Red Pen is here. Welcome, Red Pen. Dilly Pickles, Jojo Peter, Victoria S. Kathy. In addition, she's like, owning the internet is easy. I'm so good at it, I can also gift memberships at the same time, and she just gave away 5 memberships as well. Thank you very much, Kathy. Just a little bit of a bragging going on, just showing how good you are at what you do. Miss L, Kelly Harper, Be Kind, I love that name. Amanda E, as well as, let's see, the last one is Mary K, all gifted memberships, courtesy of Kathy, our internet owner for the morning. Thank you very much, Kathy. Let's see, we've got a lot of people taking their seats. T-Rock, Sunny Florida Mom, last poets here. Weather Watch, good morning, Thomas. Thomas and I tonight have our podcast. We will return to the airwaves after taking a brief hiatus of just 1 week, as Thomas had some work to do out of town. But we are back on our podcast tonight at 8 p.m.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Yes, as you should be. Everyone should be kicked back, taking it easy. It's Friday after all. It's St. Patty's Day. Hope you do have a nice, relaxing day here. I'm not a camel. But podcast tonight, that it's going to be a lot of fun. Thomas and I are so excited to get back to talking with each other and you guys at the same time. Thomas called earlier in the week and a couple days ago, and it's just I'm just talking to him. It's like, hey, we're shooting the breeze. We're talking about a few things. We're talking about the podcast and the show and life and things that are going on in life. And I'm not a cat. I say, all right, we'll catch you later. See you tomorrow. I hung up. It had been like 2 hours that we've been talking on the phone. It just went by like that. The podcast is the same way. It seems like we're saying hello to everybody, and the next moment it's like, look, we're done already. It goes so fast. It's a lot of fun. Hope you do get a chance to watch it, even if you have to watch it on the replay. But we'd love to have you there live. That'll be here on this channel for now. We will be moving it to another channel in the near future, but we'll let you know before we move. Horse Sheet and Bananas is here. Thank you very much for being here, Horse Sheet. True Celtic Mutt, good morning, Mutt, to you and your crew. Good to have the Gavel Hounds with us this morning. Last Poet, Diana Carthers. JREPTX, Hold Your Horses, Dilly Pickles, Jeanette French. I'm sorry, I haven't been clicking on names like I should be. No wonder I was going so fast. I only had to read them and not click. Ritz is here. Good morning. Rock and roll. It's Friday. No Pants Friday, apparently, as well. So
Alex stole it as well.
Angle's right. Warren is here. Good morning. Let's see. Sharon Ritz, First Lady. Hey, all. DSN. Angie, Borna Hawkeye is here. MK. Good to have you here, MK. Not a Drama Llama. Lara 77. We have a lot of Laras. Which is good. We can't start with at least until we have like 2 or 3 Laras in the house. Okay, looks like the front row is just filling up. There's always room, but the front row fills up quite quickly in the mornings. So for the best reserved seat, check in early. Dallas K is here. Linda Hill, to the wee lads and lassies. Happy St. Patty's Day. That's the best you get from me, and it was awful. I apologize in advance, or after the fact in this case. Mary Murphy is here. Linda Hill, Hold Your Horses. We got you already. Lily Girl, good morning. O-Town Chill is here. Good morning to you. DJ Dunbar. TBH Llama says, good morning and happy St. Patty's Day from South Carolina. TBH, it's good to have you here in the house. Love that you're here on the coast here with us, just a little south of me. I'm in North Carolina. Portland Trailblazers TV is here. Good morning. Maggie Carr, Denny. Let's see, Red Pen. I love how the running guy is in time with your music. Red Pen, that was the hardest thing to sync up because the video of the guy running was in a different pace, and I had to slow down or speed up the video to make it match.
Buttercup says good morning on this fabulous Friday. Wishes the fence guy would hurry up and finish.
Buttercup wants some days outside. Can't wait for pictures of Buttercup just enjoying the yard. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for your generous super chat this morning. Happy Friday to you and Buttercup as well. Let's see, where did I leave off? Suzanne, Rev Minister, good morning. Born a Hawkeye, we got you. Lux Lobos. Be Kind is here. Cachette. Let's see, we've got Toxic Orchid. Lynn Hoke, top of the morning to all. Shanna Gross. Today is the day we're all Irish, right? It doesn't matter where we're from. Everybody celebrates their Irish ancestry, as minimal as it may be, today on St. Paddy's Day. So it's good to be here with you guys. Grandma Nancy is here. Good morning. Diana Suzanne. S. Texas, born a Hawkeye. We got you like 4 times already. Sorry about that. Red Pen, Pinching Recovery Addict. That isn't green. No, it is. I promise. I'll zoom in on it if I have to. It's green. I have green on. Suzanne just gifted 5 memberships as well. I guess the green goes with the St. Paddy's Day. Everyone's gifting memberships, and it shows up green on my screen, and you guys all end up being green. Everyone's going to be in green by the end of the day if this continues. Let's see. Those memberships went to T-Rocks, Jiggly Jewels, Emmy Boo, Hook and Needles, and Jay Hughes. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Appreciate your support. Good to have you here on St. Paddy's Day, making everything green. Lost where I am, though. That's the downside. Donna Thompson, Carol Martin, Jojo Peter. Let's see, do I have green pants on? I can neither confirm nor deny. Abby K, member for 2 months, getting that green, the green courthouse next to her name. Thank you very much, thank you, RA, for all you do. For all, let me try. I'm going to start over. So, thank you, RA, for all you do for us. You're amazing. Hit the like button, peeps. And then we have spicy maple bourbon pickles. We have a gavel and 2 smiling piles of poo, which are they're acceptable around here. That's a good thing. That's why they're smiling. Let's see. Nicole Muller is the attorney. Is she in the house? Is she watching this morning? Sabas Gunn. I'm not sure if Nicole's here. Amanda E is here. Good morning. SoCo Judy as well. Andrea V. Ivan's in the house as well. Celtic King. Happy Queen. Sorry. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Celtic Queen. My friend's hands. May a friend's hand always be near. I love that. Let's see, Diana, Jojo, Peter. Ivan, is your family back yet? I think they're down in Florida still, maybe enjoying the great weather. They might be holding out until the weather warms up before they return. Let's see. Hold Your Horses is here. Georgia Culture. A couple days yet for the family. Miss L, good morning to you. Carolina. Let's see. Tina P. RA became a member. Was it Tina P that became a member? Is that the one?
Happy St. Patrick's Day to RA and all my Irish friends.
Thank you, Roxy Moser. Appreciate that. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you as well. True Celtic Mutt, we got you there. Kelly Harper. Happy St. Patrick's Day from an Irish lass to you all. I can't do I do a southern drawl when I try to do an accent there. I'll stop with the accents. You get me and how I speak. Picky's here. Holly Henderson. Tag. Good morning, Tag. Kick back. No, it's easy. It's easy, Tag. It's the easy tag. We'll get you that sound effect. Dallas born, Boston bred. Daisy Sojourner. Hold Your Horses. Dilly Pickles. Got that. Got you all. Be Kind says, what is the link to become a member? It's the join button, but if you're on a phone or an iOS device...
kick back, taking it easy.
There it is. If you're on a phone or an iOS device, you might have to go through Safari and go to YouTube that way to see it. It's a little tricky that way. I know what I'm missing. I'm missing a mug. I'm mugless. I have water, but I'm going to have to drink out of the bottle like a heathen.
Alex stole it as well.
Okay, we'll get through that. I think all my mugs are in the dishwasher. Tina Hassan, Babs09X, welcome.
I'm not a cat.
Let's see, Mark Harper, born a Cornhusker. Welcome, Mark. I will have to say there are a couple people. I went through and I read my email yesterday because, as you know, I read my email once a month, whether I need to or not. And apparently I needed to. And there were people who had emailed me, good people that I talk to and see every day in chat, that had emailed me on the side and had a question. And I had just not seen anything. And I need to fix my email because right now I get a separate email every time anyone comments on any of my videos I've ever posted. And so my email is just full of just saying, YouTube, you have a message type thing. And it's a message that I've responded to or liked or seen or read on the YouTube comments on the channels. But so I was trying to filter and get rid of all those, and I dug up some messages. So a few of you might have got responses from me this morning as I apologized for being a poor email correspondent. And tried to respond. If you have any further questions, let me know. Also, if you reach out to me in chat here and let me know you sent me an email, then I'll read it quicker. I don't read email regularly yet. I have to figure a way to weed it out so I can have less to read. I want the good stuff. I don't want the spam. Suzanne, welcome. Last poet as well. Ivan says, so nice for Chicago to dye the river to honor the Green Bay Packers. I don't think that's what they're doing, Ivan. But let's see. True Celtic. Bullwinkle Sprinkles. Good morning from Tampa. Good morning to you as well. Miss L. Red Pen. Yes. Be kind. Congrats. You turned green. That is awesome. We got you green there, courtesy of Kathy. Carly 196 is here. Tracy Anzar, Stephen Davey. Hi, I see your hands there. Welcome, Stephen. Irish Bella. Great day to be Irish today. Good morning to you. Carolina, Suzanne, Kelly Harper says thank you for the gift, Kathy. Happy Friday with the pickles. Love that tag. Got you, Brandy Churchwell. Good morning, Brandy. Brandy dropped 2 videos yesterday. 2 videos, and both of them are fantastic. I do recommend going out and watching them. They'll keep you up to date on this trial.
Recovery addict. I was thinking about changing Buttercup's name to Princess Pickle or Pickle Princess. HAA.
No. Don't change it to Pickle. The poor dog. Being named for anything that I like is a poor sentence for a dog. I think Buttercup is a great name. Goes great for your pooch, your new pooch. Thank you though for the super chat. Anyway, Brandy's videos are fantastic. Up to date. She's spot on her analysis. I think she does great. And where else can you catch up on trial? I mean, yesterday was so long. We sat here. It seemed like we had a whole week of trial in one day. It seemed to drag. It was worse than the Pike County murder trial. It was slow. It was painful. And Brandy takes that whole day and condenses it, into the 30 minutes you need, and just the good parts, and she doesn't miss anything. So, highly recommend her channel. Thank you so much, and Brandy, thank you so much for. She's been kind enough to recommend my YouTube channel over on Twitter, and I think a lot of you found us because of her. So, thank you so much, Brandy, for that. I appreciate that as well. Danny and KJ Love, good morning. What time is court? It's going to start here in about 40 minutes. So we've got a little bit of time just to catch up. We might do some open phones this morning. If anybody wants to call in and just talk about where they think the trial's going as we're getting close to the defense starting their portion. And they're only going to have a few days. They're going to have 2, maybe 3 days of testimony is what we're expecting. And that'll be it. So we're getting close to the end of trial. And then, of course, rebuttal and stuff like that, closing statements. But we've got probably a good week ahead of us. Amanda E. is here. Princess Lukey, top of the morning. Happy St. Patty's Day to you. Tanya Myborough. Is it Burrow? I want to say Burrow, but there's no O in there.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat. Tanya, I think it's Tanya. Welcome. Hi from Stanford Village, South Africa. Wonderful, Tanya. Good to have you here. Denise just gifted 5 memberships as well. Let's see here. Denise gifted 5 memberships. They're filling up the screen here. Let me see. Looks like Danny and KJ Love, Lady Mystery, Lexi, Katrina Scarcella, and D Jojo, all gifted memberships courtesy of Denise Feldman Ersland. Thank you so much, Denise. Wonderful to have you here. It would not be the same without you. You've been here for a long time supporting the program, and just really appreciate you. I'm going to need some hands in chat because I'm lost for so long. Jojo Peter says, what's her channel? Brandy's channel is right there. I should probably put a command or something, but WeatherWatch is good to post that. I think you can't click it on the screen. Like, I wish you could just click it on the screen. YouTube doesn't have that feature yet that I'm aware of. But if you just scroll up to chat and look for that, you can click it in chat. Yucky on a Globe. Richard's here. Good morning to you. Miss Winters as well. Roxy Moser. Susan Blankenship. Has anybody had a birthday? I mean, I have a sibling that's whose birthday is today, but the sibling is not watching, so I'm not going to wish her a happy birthday right now, although, I hope she does have a happy birthday. Does anyone have a birthday today? Laura says, how is little RA today? Oh, Laura. For those that saw yesterday, I had to step away just for a moment because we had an injury. My youngest one was running on the pile of dirt that we had to dig for the trench so we could put the sewer line in. And he likes to run back and forth on that. He normally, almost always, he's just like he's just like ZA in the way that he likes to wear flip-flops no matter the weather. He'll be bundled up with a coat and a hat on and flip-flops. That's just how he runs. And I've told him, if it's less than 50 degrees, I'd really like you to have socks and shoes on. So he put socks and shoes on. He's just learned how to tie his shoes, and he's proud of how he does it and wants to do it himself. He does end up having, he doesn't do a million double knots, so he has like these long, the rabbit ears. He tripped on his shoelaces while he was running and fell, skinned his knee, and hit an old drainage pipe, a clay drainage pipe, with his head. And just immediately, it was just like walnut size goose egg. So we were did the peas and the ice, and watched him closely, and he was good. He's feeling much better today, but we've told him we need him to stay inside. We want to make sure nothing happens for a little bit. Go to Joe Realty is here. Good morning, happy Friday to you as well. Pampered Glamper, D.A. Vell, James Peacock, Yucky is here. Shirley Barnett, yes, I gotcha. I think you should start roll call again, says Danny. No, Danny, we're almost done. Cafe Morgue is here. Puppy Dog Sherpa Bone Digger. Oh my goodness. Puppy Dog Sherpa Bone Digger. Thank you for that name and for the tongue twister this morning. Good to have you here. Caroline Hakes as well. Kat Grayblaw. Let's see. Lynn Hoke, I see you. Let's see if there's anybody else that I miss. I'm looking for hands right now. So, Yucky, good morning. Let's see. Just got a notification that my wife placed an order at Walmart, and I'm resisting the temptation to check and make sure there are pickles on it. Spicy maple bourbon pickles.
Today is my mommy's birthday. She is 82 years young. Birthday cake party popper.
Denise, that is awesome. Happy birthday to your mom. Wonderful that she gets to celebrate her birthday on St. Patrick's Day. Just so where everyone sort of has fun today. That's awesome. Happy birthday. 82 years young. I love it. I appreciate your support, Denise, as well. Anyone else? Cruiser Chris World Network says, good morning. Recovered from Cruiser Chris World Network. Good morning to you, Cruiser Chris. I have to ask the question eventually. You're going to have to tell me what the story is. Is that are you a cruiser? Or it looks like there's I can see from your logo that you've got the boat, you've got the network. I need to know more. My inquiring minds want to know. Tell me the story behind your name. Denny is here. Ivan says, yes, I'm K. Haha, I'm K. Dallas born, Boston bred. We got you there. Diana right on Josephine. Angelina Knox. Let's see. Tina Hassan, bite me. Have you tried peanut butter Reese's cups with your pickles? Bite me tonight. Tonight I will be trying a unique flavor of peanut butter Reese's cups on the podcast instead of the pickled eggs, which are now fuzzy. And quite honestly, they're still in the fridge. I don't know what to do. I don't want my neighbors to see me throw them out. And so I have to wait till it's like nighttime and sneak them into somebody else's garbage. I don't want them in my garbage, just in case that breaks for some reason. I throw something else in there and it breaks, and suddenly I've got those eggs that have definitely gone bad in my garbage. That would not be good. Someone else's garbage I'm okay with. Is that a crime to put my garbage in someone else's garbage can? I might need a lawyer to chime in on that one. Wendy is here. Ivan Victor, Trail better have fireworks to make up for yesterday. I think we will. We're gonna get closer. You realize that if we start with defense, it's probably going to start, Ivan. I mean, you're going to see fireworks because it's going to start most likely with 2 inmates that are going to be questioned. One of them is returning. The bunkmate that already testified for the state is going to be back, plus a new one. Taco says, can't wait to hear from the defense. That's going to be exciting. I'm loving it. KF7AIK, Bob is in the house, and I completely scrolled by his name there. I don't know what you said. Let me find it. There it is. Good morning. 3 degrees leaving home this morning. 3. That is frigid. Commute from Evanston to Salt Lake City is a cold commute, Bob. Stay safe in that canyon as well. Let's see, Angelina Knox. I'm curious, Bob, do you is it quicker to go down like Parley's or do you go down Weber as far as the canyon? I wonder what your commute is. Do you take the split? I don't know. Talk to me sometime. I'm curious what exact path you follow. Forever in Blue is here. Patty Kirby, wahoo! Good to have you here, Patty. Dilly Pickles. I think we've got everybody here. Angie, Laura, Michelle Phillips. I am Ami, 008. It's a membership snack stocked on the front row. Wonderful. Okay, so we've got some hands here. We've got Michelle Phillips. We've got Danny Austin. We have DMB Secondist. Good morning, DMB. Mo, Laura. John Blake says, good morning, afternoon, all from Scotland. We'll be in and out today. Mrs. B's birthday, busy day ahead. Family and my 2 beautiful granddaughters visiting. It sounds great, John. Tell you, I believe it's your wife, Mrs. B, Mrs. Blake. Tell your wife happy birthday from us. Appreciate you popping in to say hi. Laurie D.
Hey, Irish lovelies. Good morning.
I didn't even see that come in. Where was that? Where is it? Puppy Dog Sherpa Bone Digger. There it is. Hey, Irish lovies. Good morning. I'm not sure why it did not show up on my my alert bar, but we heard it. It came through. Thank you very much, Puppy Dog Sherpa Bone Digger. I'm a cruiser, but I'm in a wheelchair, so I cruise around in my wheelchair. Awesome, Cruiser Chris. That is crazy. And the network sounds like you have some sort of IT experience. Might I suggest attempting to be first in chat one day? We'd love to see how you handle owning the internet. I'm pretty sure you'd be able to do it, in your sleep. So wonderful. Michelle Phillips, Nick Hewitt, I see you there. Monique Holmes and Suzanne both. Rolling Steady, there we go. Roxy Moser. Okay. Pat Hall says, today's my grandson's 20th birthday. All right, so we have several family members that have birthdays today. Is there anyone who actually has a birthday today? And even if you're a lurker, you don't have to stay in chat. But we would like to wish you a happy birthday if it is your birthday. That would be great. Morning all, Exodus 5. I see you there. Just about done. Jane Deer Girl, good morning. Vicky Boyd as well. Gina Gonzalez says, found you yesterday and so happy to have you pop in first this morning. Enjoyed your stream yesterday. Thank you, Gina, for being here. Appreciate you returning. Hopefully you continue to find it entertaining and valuable for your time. Rosie O'Donnell, I'm here. I hope my presence doesn't offend anyone. Like, okay, be polite. Rosie, thanks for being here. Let's see. Taco is here. Carol Martin says, don't be using your neighbor's garbage can like BK. It's only if you're throwing away I guess I'm sort of throwing away bad stuff. Maybe I'll have to find like a public park receptacle or something to throw it in. My local Walmart has plenty of pickles for sure. I keep them. We go through them so fast. They've expanded their section to now include like 4 rows of pickles on that. It's still on the top shelf, which is good because I don't want just anybody to be able to reach them and steal my pickles. But it's good. 2 of my grandsons have birthdays today, says Queen Olive. One is 7, the other is 1. That is awesome, Queen Olive. Okay, virtual juror Christy, Baby Bear, good morning. Girl in Texas, barely morning here. Long night in Houston rodeo scene. Chris Stapleton, missed most of yesterday. Hope you enjoyed the concert. That's awesome. TF Cruffy, you're fine. Pretty sure Zach didn't use his own garbage either. Thank you for that. It just throws me right in that same boat. Bubble wrap the jar, place in a box, then place in the trash. Yeah, I hear you. I'll use my own garbage. You guys have guilted me into that. Anyone know why his interviews with the cops wasn't played? Was there an issue about not reading his Miranda or something? Christy, I believe he probably lawyered up right away, and there was nothing to play. That's my idea. Samantha Terry, good to have you here. Samantha's one of our great mods as well. Maisla, Denny, Lady Writer, Susan Bond. See you guys there. Hello, Kim. I see you as well. Any hands? Ann Schatcher, Wallflower, Trinette Radassa. Trinette, is that? I think it's Trinette. Hope I said it right. Bluebird 696. Good morning to you, Katrina. And I think we're done. Pond Walden. Did defense ever agree with the judge after the daughter testified, or was the objection reversed for appeal? Pond Walden, specifically agree on what? We're talking about the defense. The last thing the daughter said, the last thing we heard from her on the stand is, when she blurted out that situation, and then the daughter got a lawyer. So at that point, the defense had objected. They objected to the answer, saying, they want to strike that, obviously, because it's very bad for their client. The judge said, no, you can't strike it. You asked the question. You kick the door open. You have to let whatever's inside come out. Let's see. Is that how it ended? Because then the prosecution got some answers about the gun in. No, that was actually that was outside the presence of the jury. So yeah, I'll have to go back and check on that. Amy, hello. Wonderful to see your post. For those that remember, Amy called in briefly on the program and says it's absolutely painless. It does not hurt. I don't bite. It's fun. She'll probably do it again sometime. She did a great job. All of you have that same opportunity with the burner phone. So when we do open the phone, feel free to give us a call. I'm really kind. I'd love to hear your opinion, and most of us, I think if not all of us, would like to put a voice to the name we see in chat as well. So that's fun. Gleaves, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here, Gleaves. I appreciate you calling the other day as well. VC, good morning. Essie, Janet Matson, good morning. Does your town have a city landfill? We have like a recycling center. I don't know where the landfill is, honestly. Haley's Comet is here. I see your hands. I meant reserved. See, now my goldfish memory doesn't remember what the first question was. It was something about the defense agreeing. I'm sorry. I forget, Pond Walden. Refresh my memory here. 6-volt bus. You're one of the people I emailed, 6-volt bus. I apologize for the long delay. Super excited to hear a little bit about what's going on there. Very British. Can we have it's a chicken soundbite from the Murdaugh trial? It's a chicken. Here's the problem, Very British. I have a hard time playing the sound effects from the last moments of people's life as a joke. That for me it seems to cross a moral line. Although the line in and of itself, just the way it's said and things like that was funny, and we sort of have fun with it. I don't want to have it like a permanent, here's the last time these people were heard alive minutes before their death, this is what they heard type of thing. So probably no on that one. I appreciate the suggestion. If you do have other suggestions though, do make them. One of them is going to work. I said your name correct. Oh, however it was beautiful. I said it first try. Good morning, peeps. Patricia. MK Scott, do you think the defense will bring in the disk drive Anderson sold Washington? I'd love to see that, because if on that disk drive it still has all Mr. Anderson's documents, that would impeach the witness. That would mean he probably stole the information, and if you think about that, it might mean that could be where he got some of his information about this. Can you think that part through? That how would he know this unless he had firsthand knowledge, unless these things had occurred, unless Zach had told him these things in his cell. Well, what if he stole Zach's drive that had all the discovery for his case on it? And he read through things and like, oh, this happened, and I can make up this story. And yeah, that might be where we're going. And if that's the case, if he stole that, I believe that the jury may have to just throw out his testimony. Put in your garbage can right before they collect it, says Bobby. The judge was trying to get defense to agree to something. Okay, so Pond Wallen, I think what you're talking about, thank you for your third attempt to try to get me to answer your question. I apologize for being slow on my end. I think what you're talking about is the way that the judge said, here's the remedy, how we're going to move forward. If you accept this, I don't want to hear it again. Basically, he said, I'm going to give the jury a curative instruction. We're going to say this had nothing to do with the case. Don't worry about it. We don't. It's just let all the talk about the shooter or the pew pew. Let it fall from your minds, okay? And don't think about it anymore. And the judge was saying, as long as I do this, if you're okay with this, I don't want to hear this. I don't want this brought up. This seals the deal. I don't want this brought up in closing. I don't want this brought up in a further objection tomorrow or things like that. And the defense did agree to that. Okay. You've never taken your kids to the dump? That's a crime. Great place to shoot rats and show them how wastefulness builds up. I went to the dump as a kid. I loved dump days because it was, for me, it was an opportunity to see some really heavy machinery just crush garbage, which at the time I thought was cool. When I was a kid, obviously we weren't quite as concerned about environmental impact as we are now. And I liked watching how close the seagulls would get to getting run over before the tractor is smashing things, as they're just raiding the garbage for any last bit of edibles. I loved that. Now I'm petrified that there's going to be some rusty nail or something, and the dump I went to last was completely different. They had like a cement pad where you drive up to, and then you dump it out, and then a big truck pushes it off the edge. And so you're not even walking on garbage. Like as a kid, you had to like lock the hubs on the 4-wheel drive, and you're driving over people's garbage and to just find a spot to dump things. Not so much anymore. It's a chicken is weird last words for sure. It is. Kelly White, good morning. Love your show. I'm addicted to true crime. Thanks for having such a great show. Thank you, Kelly White, for being here. I appreciate it. We have a fabulous community, which makes this awesome. Wouldn't blood from Junior produce DNA profile? Yes, it did. The presumed blood that was in the back of the van did produce a DNA profile that matched Junior, or Leo, or Rosaleo, however you want to refer to him. KQD is here. Says 26.1 in the front yard. Looks like a cool, clear day out there. A little brisk. You can ask Brian Koberger about the legalities of putting garbage in neighbors' trash. It's funny because there are legalities that are involved when trash is put out to the street. And there's a point where legally other people can raid your trash. In some states, I mean, this is state specific, so I'm not going to say this applies to everybody, and this is not legal advice by any means. But once you take an item and put it in the trash can and set it out for disposal, those people that drive by and like, oh, that looks good, or there's a piece of metal there, I can scrap that. They legally can come and grab it, and you can't do a dang thing about it. And by extension, they sometimes can take more than that. They can take whatever garbage they want. Now, if they start taking garbage that has, and they're going through and stealing addresses and looking for other things, that might be getting to other crimes. But Ichabod Cranium, good morning, first time here. I think I nailed your name for the first time, like first time. Ichabod Cranium, love it. Thanks for being here. DJ Dunbar as well. Thank you. Deadhead 420, good morning. What's on your bingo card today? Hopefully some crazy stuff on the bingo card. I don't want to see like a fight in court, but I wouldn't be surprised if it happened. Dutch Girl, good morning as well. My Dog Murray. Be very careful with those eggs. My 7-year-old daughter had salmonella. It was not a fun experience. I was more worried about the smell. There's no chance I'm putting them into my mouth. I'm not going to eat them. There's not a chance. Or the remaining pickles that are in the jar. I'm just going to have to sacrifice those. to the cause. Bite Me says, love speaking with you on the phone. Awesome, Rebecca. Thank you very much for calling in. Lady Writer, 6 Volt, Shay Patrice. Good Friday morning, RA and RA family. Hope today's court session is eventful. Either way, we're making progress. The judge has more and more every day. He seems to be more driven at, we need to move forward. We need to, the delays are starting to bug him, I think, and he's going to start speeding things up. James Peacock says, I think the steel-toed boots in the burn pile could be the murder weapon. I doubt it, and this, I know we're going straight from good morning, happy St. Paddy's Day to kicking someone to death. It's a rough transition here, James, but the blood splatter and the locations, it would have to be lots of high kicks, and ZA doesn't look like he's that limber. I just don't see that happening. Okay, Crafty Glamma, see you, Kelly White Morning, got you there. Ichabod Cranium, Caroline Hawks, Mustang Guy is here as well, with the crying faces. Lady Writer, Matthew Harris Law is here. Matthew Harris dropped a new video yesterday. Hope you guys all got to see that. VC, I can't really understand how the jury cannot unhear I was threatened by that gun. They can't. They can't unhear it. All they can hear is the judge's admonition that says basically this has nothing to do with the case, and hopefully in the defense's mind the jury hears it wasn't this guy, but it was that guy's gun, and he committed a crime with it in California by having it unregistered, and she's his daughter, and what other circumstance could it be that she was threatened? So yeah, the jury can't unhear that. That bell is still ringing in their ears. MK Game Changer is here, or MK is here with the Game Changer, as the comment. Red Pen, let's see, I think we're good. I don't have an X to sue, but I can't wait to watch your video at lunch, says Weather Watch. Cindy Lou, good morning to you as well. Nothing from the court yet. We have the audio turned on, so you're not going to miss a thing. As soon as it happens, we will have the audio and video. My wife suggested, actually, Mrs. R.A. suggested that I drop the courtroom background and just show my green screen today so as to not get pinched virtually by all of you. But I don't think I'm going to do that. I said good morning, but no response from mod or host, says Giovanna Di Stefano. I am sorry, Giovanna. This is the first one I've seen. Good morning to you. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Good to have you here. Rockin' Dawkins is here. DJ Dunbar, you pronounced Bexar County right the other day. One time. Bringing back surprises me, talking about the inmate, the jail, the what is it, cellmate. They could just prove him wrong with the inmate who doesn't have a plea deal. I don't know. There's some things he's testifying to that he says was a discussion between him and ZA, and that the only way they can discredit him is if they can prove that he was lying about something. Lady Writer just gifted 5 memberships as well. And if you've not turned on the gift status on your account, if you're new to the channel, you're thinking maybe you might become a member, but you're not sure. There's a chance you might win a membership before you purchase a membership, and you can do that by turning the gift settings on this channel to on. It's a setting that YouTube requires you to actively change for each channel you watch. So if you would like to be ineligible to win a gift membership when somebody like Lady Writer gives out gift memberships like she's doing, go ahead and change that setting to on. The instructions on how to do that are available by just typing !gifts in chat. It'll send you to this link, and then there's just a slider button to switch. You may have to use it on Safari instead of in the YouTube app, so it sometimes doesn't work on a phone. But let's see, Lady Writer just gifted memberships, and they went to Karen Gamas, Kim Morin, Rihanna Zapta, Christine McInnes, and Lauren J. Congratulations, all of you, for memberships. Insurance Guy says green beer all day drinking pass. I'll pass. I'm going to do water all day, but have a wonderful day. Thank you for being here. Daniel W. I wonder what the new inmate will have to say. I'm curious as well. Patty Kirby. She told the DA she was 1 year old when she was threatened. Just a rumor. Okay, that Pond, I think actually that was 2 things that came close together, but I don't think it was the same occurrence. I think she says she had a memory that she remembers from being 1 year old, which was like, how many kids remember something when they're one? It may have been that they heard about something they had done, and in their mind they remember hearing the story, and thus they have the memory. But and then I think the threatened. I think at 1 year old, I'm not sure the trauma of that we heard in her voice when she described being threatened would have registered the same way. If it had occurred when she was that age. Great suggestion on the green screen. Patty Kirby is here. Good to have you here. Let's see, hugs for the love to RA. Thank you very much, Abby, for sending out hugs to people. Peekaboo's here. $350,000 to Buster from sale of the house. Yes, that was that's not a lot, Peekaboo. The house sold, I think, for almost $4 million. We're talking about Moselle. We're sort of jumping back to the Alex Murdaugh trial, but that's a lot of money, and basically less than 10% goes to him. Les Worthington, good morning to you. Brooklyn is here as well. Heidi G. Smith, I remember nothing before 5, says Ivan. Amanda, I see you there. Big Mike is in the house. Commands is the one you're looking for. Big Mike, exclamation point commands. Okay, there it is. Gotcha. Maryland Skull. I think we've got everybody. Tinez 827 came across your channel watching Law and Crime up until yesterday. I should be awarded for sitting through silence days on end, or at least a juror check. Thankful for the commentary. 827, thank you so much for being here. Love that you're here. Hope you do pipe in, say hello, share your opinions. We'd love to hear them. Canadian Mama Bear, good morning to you. I think Baseball Dad 1007, sorry. There you are, Baseball Dad 1007, and Barnett Law. Nikita's here. Welcome, Nikita. Good to have you here. Good morning to you. Danessa, Tony Fortune. Okay, I think we're done. I think we're done with roll call. I think I'm caught up. Oh, no, there's Sassy Girl raising her hand. I missed you. Bumper 12. When is the clown show scheduled to start? It starts in about 13 minutes. 13 minutes. So right now we just have a placeholder. There's no camera feed from the courtroom yet. Mountain Mama, Amy Mantley, Amy Manty, sorry. Not a drama llama. Kate Dakotas, good morning to you as well. Okay, roll call is finished. At this point, if anybody shows up after this point, they are officially late, and they have to mark themselves late by doing what Creative Bee did here, Debbie, by saying, I'm late, and we will be all publicly shamed, as Debbie is right here, saying she should have been here an hour ago. But that will get you marked on the roll that way. Thank you. Becky Lou, I'm sorry I missed you. Cindy Lou as well. Two Lou's next to each other. I'm sorry about that. Jenny Lynn, yay. Kay Cormanic. Kay Cormanic. Welcome to you, Kay Cormanic. Cafe Morgue says, I looked for this family tree farm. It's called Greenview Anderson's Tree Farm, and it's a gorgeous place. It seems like the Anderson family is very close. Police searched for the body there. Interesting.
Say color 5 times fast and tell us the story of that accent grinning face with squinting eyes.
I say that word. I say this word right here that I'm highlighting. I say that word correctly, and I know it's correct because I say it the same as everybody else. Color is a word. That's the way I've always said it. I don't know how else to say it. Bob is mocking me for my accent. I don't know why I say it the way I do, but it's right, and it's the same as everyone else is saying it. I don't hear the difference. Ace of Swords, I see you there. Welcome back. Late, dang it. Bobby Hansen says, I have some early traumatic memories, some from pictures.
Good morning, all son innocent unless proven guilty.
Innocent unless proven guilty. Good morning, Charlie Peterson. Yes, the defendant is always in our court system innocent until proven guilty. So as he sits right now, he is innocent in the eyes of the law. I'm not sure if jurors have made up their mind yet. That is their prerogative to do so, and we here in the Court of Public Opinion sort of get to do that as well without the binding effect of the outcome on the defendant. But appreciate you being here, Charlie. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's in Texas. It's color. Did I say it? What did I say it wrong? Kohler. Okay, well, Abby, you're spelling it wrong. Just kidding. That's the UK spelling. Les Worthington, you owe us a story, or did I miss it? What was the story supposed to be about? That's not how you say it. North Carolina says it right.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, Green Heart Shamrock. My birthday is tomorrow. Party face with a party horn,
Maggie.
hat, and confetti.
Maggie, happy birthday. Well, the 18th. That is a wonderful day to have a birthday. We're within a week of each other. My birthday is in 1 week. But thank you so much. Happy birthday in advance, 1 day in advance. I don't think we'll be having a live stream tomorrow unless there's some crazy police chase or something we air. But sorry we missed that. And do have a wonderful birth weekend, not just a birthday. Hope you have the weekend to celebrate. Emma D says, first timer here, virgin to the channel. Welcome, Emma. Glad to be here with you. Hope you enjoy it. Feel free to pop in and chat as much as you want. Welcome. Mustang guy, I see you. A couple of you guys are telling me that I'm saying it wrong. I'm saying Kohler wrong. That's how you say Kohler. How else would you say it? There's no other way to say it. It's not like it's a difficult word. Kohler. Now we say Kohler all together now. So, Matthew, how do you say Kohler? I need a lawyer to call in, Matthew. If you could go ahead and ring in and correct my pronunciation. Apparently, I'm doing it wrong. Man, crazy. Let's see. We're just getting set. Let me get a couple feeds lined up here as we've got the picture on the wall visible to us now. Let's see. We've got one audio. I'm trying to get 3 feeds going. Don't want this one. Okay. All right. We're almost there. Court's going to begin in less than 10 minutes. We should have some great action out of court today. I'm hoping that the cross and the recross is going to wrap up here pretty quick. That just something just happened. Charlie Peterson said, Theoden quotes, "Let this be the hour when we draw swords together. Fell deeds." Hang on. We need some music with this. What sort of music do you play for this sort of? Is it Theoden or Thoden? I can't do. Does sad music work? Let this be the hour when we draw swords together. Fell deeds awake. Now for wrath. The music doesn't work. This doesn't work. We need something more pumped up. Yeah, I've got nothing. I've got nothing to go to here. Yeah, I've got no music. Now for wrath, now for ruin, and the red dawn, King Theoden. Thank you very much, Charlie, for the quote. That quote deserves music in the background and powerful. Probably we're talking like James Cameron type orchestra. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's got twice. He's got it right. 4, 5, 6,
I'm not a camel.
10. He's counting. He's getting the audio working. I like that they're testing the microphones.
All rise.
I wish. Not quite ready. Let's see.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
We're all kicked back, taking it easy. It's from Lord of the Rings. Our closings today, rebuttal. Lex Luthor, we're just finishing up the state's portion of the testimony segment of the trial. So they're presenting evidence that should end this morning, very soon. I think we're on cross. We might have some recross, or we might be on recross. I don't remember exactly where we left it, but the last witness for the state is on the stand right now, and it's either in cross or recross. There's going to be a little bit more of this, and then the state's going to rest, and the defense takes over. And I think the defense is going to start with the inmates. Since the publicity of this trial, do you think this incident with ZA will affect the profitability of the family's tree farm? It could. I'm not sure if people will draw that connection. And honestly, I don't know if this trial is as big locally as it is nationally.
Now that Murdoch stole it.
Like with the Murdoch trial, it was very big locally, but it was even bigger nationally. And some of the locals were just like, "Hey, I'm not here for the circus. I wish it would just be done with and gone away." Let's see. Happy birthday, Maggie. Whose birthday is it? Maggie. Where are you? I saw happy birthday, Maggie. Maggie, come back. Where's your birthday? Let's see. Someone asked something about the podcast tonight as well as I was scrolling. Maggie Carr, I hope you have a great birthday. So it's Maggie Carr's birthday. Congratulations. I think that's tomorrow though, right? Did I hear that one wrong? Did I get confused? There's no A in Kohler. You're saying it like Cole and it's call. It's collar? Like a dog collar? Man, I'm so confused now. I'm thoroughly lost. All right, court is getting close to starting. Court is not quite in session. The bailiff is just getting his pipes ready. Sarah Bailey says it's my birthday too. Sarah Bailey, happy birthday to you. If it was Maggie's birthday today, I thought it was tomorrow. Did I get those confused? But happy birthday to you as well, Sarah. Congratulations on sharing a birthday with St. Paddy's Day. That's just a double win. Wonderful here. Marilyn, I see you there. Good morning. My 21st birthday was amazing, but now I'm 36. It's just another day, says Sarah. At some point, we stop counting, right? We just, we're like, you're 21
now
again.
I've made you feel self-conscious. Kohler
Yes.
makes great small engines, though. I thought it probably came from your international heritage.
It might. I do have my mom is not a U.S. citizen, although she came to the country very young. I never hear her accent at all. I don't hear it at all. But other people can hear it. Anyway, Kohler, as you've spelled it here, Kohler is a maker of small engines, sort of like Briggs and Stratton. And yes, they do make good small engines. Happy birthday, Sarah. All right, we're about ready to get going. Happy birthday to everyone who has a birthday today, from Kathy as well. Today and this weekend, whenever it is. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. I should be wearing green. I am wearing a very, very little bit of green. Let me see if I can. Well, I'm going to take a selfie of my shirt and zoom in on it so you can see. There we go. Now this is like one of those pictures we saw yesterday of ZA's fly. It's like why are we showing this? But I want to prove that I am festive. I am wearing green. There we go. I wouldn't just ignore such an important holiday and not wear green to celebrate. There we go. Bring that in right here. Here it is. It's crooked. It's sideways, but there it is. I'm wearing green. The tip of the shark, the nose is green. It's a little embroidered shark symbol on my shirt, which is sideways. Sorry about that, making you all flip on your side to view that. But that's what you got. I'm wearing green today. No pinches. I need something that's more green for sure. All right. I wish he quit yelling, "I'll rise," and I'm getting tired of standing and sitting, says Rusty. Yes, you have to obey the bailiff. Everyone has to obey the bailiff. Thank you very much, everybody. So Maggie's birthday is tomorrow. Sarah's is today. Congratulations to both of you on making another trip around the sun. Glad we can celebrate with you just in a little way today. This is the most, DMB says, that is the most pathetic attempt to wear green on St. Paddy's Day I've ever seen. But it stems from my childhood, where I like to have somebody pinch me and then they're like, aha, but I am wearing green type thing. That's why I do it like this. Greg Norman golf shirt. Yeah, it's green. I guess it works. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate the support, even if it's just the two of us against the masses this morning. Katrina doesn't care. She's pinching everyone regardless of the fact. Debbie says no, it doesn't count. Color Me Abstract says, I have green blood, live long and prosper.
And now Murdoch stole it.
Alex Murdoch stole everything. what is the structure of Law and Crime? Is it just YouTube, or they have their own camera setup? How do they make their money? Yes, they do have their own camera systems. They also, the way it works is the big dog in live streaming is Court TV. I believe Law and Crime is owned by a wealthy individual who sort of runs it as a pet project. That's just my personal take from what I've heard. I'm not sure if it's profitable for Law and Crime to do what they do. It just might be fun. But they have ad revenue from YouTube as well. I believe that's their primary distribution network. They also do a lot of on-demand pay-per-view videos. So the live stuff is you can watch for free through their channel, but after the fact and their package deals and things like that, you have to pay to watch. But so they make some money off that. I don't know on their deals elsewhere. They do hire crews to come film in different places. They have some live. It's like a live view machine. It's a bonded cellular transmitter that sends the signal from the courthouse. I'm going to be getting one for this channel as well when we get to that point. But Court TV has a much more expensive equipment. That's why they can stream like multiple channels at once. I think Law and Crime used that on the Murdoch trial as well. But all right, that's neither here nor there. We need sound for birthdays. What sound would it be? It has to be like a short sound effect, and it can't be the birthday song because I'll get sued. It's copyright, and I can't use that. Okay. Good morning, good morning. Still looking at the wall here in court. Who here has a good corned beef and cabbage recipe celebrating the Irish ancestry? I'll pass on that today, although I'm not opposed to corned beef. The corned beef and cabbage is not my favorite, although I do like I like cauliflower. Cabbage is just not really high on my list. That birthday blower thingy. I'll have to look. I'd love to have a birthday sound effect. Fireworks for birthday. That's a good one. Could be a crowd cheering or clapping. I've got that sound effect. We could do that for people who had a birthday. It's just yay. We could do that. Although when I tell people how old I am, it's more like so, but yeah. Cabbage rolls are definitely good. I like cabbage in like egg rolls. That part I like. Let's see. It is a very nice portrait. We're waiting for the judge to come in. I'd rather look at the judge than the portrait. All right. I think we're ready. Birthday confetti. Yeah, maybe like one of those little party blowers. A little. I think is that what the suggestion was? The birthday blower thing. The little. They're the most annoying sound in the world when your kids have one because they do it nonstop. But once or twice for a birthday celebration, I think that would be good. I'm offending people with the not liking corned beef or cabbage. Panda Express egg rolls. Yes. Weather Watch texted me last night as I'm going to bed. Trying to be good to my diet, sticking to the portion control that I should be eating. And he texted me. He's like, "Guess where I am?" Like, wow, where? And he's like, Panda Express. Like, why are you telling me this? Just because I'm jealous. That's not exactly how the conversation went, but it's pretty much how it's how it felt like it went because I was hungry at the time. And he's like, I just went to Panda Express. He knows that that's one of my favorite places to eat. Thomas, hope you have a great day today. Can't wait to hook up and do the podcast this evening. It's going to be fantastic. He is such a tease. Tom, let me say this just ahead of time. He won't let me go into this in detail on the podcast because he'll interrupt me. But Thomas is an amazing person, like individually, and you're going to hear more of that tonight. Thomas is he is a good person. He's the sort of person you want as a friend. What he does for other people, how he treats other people, how he, everything. The guy is a huge hero of mine in just how he lives his life. Can't wait for tonight. It's going to be awesome. Hope you guys get to be there and hear more about that. When you put it in the trash, it's considered free game or fair game. Yep, it is. Judge is going to be late again. We're 5 minutes after the hour, and we're still sitting here with nothing happening. I'm going to open the phone line because you know what's going to happen. As soon as somebody calls in, the judge will come in, and I'll have to cut him off. But we're going to do that anyway. So if we have, especially somebody who's new, well, look at that. Now we're panning around the courtroom a little bit. We've got a rogue camera. If we have somebody who's new, who's never called in, and would like
the journey
to,
doesn't end here. Death is just another path that we all must take. The gray rain of this world rolls back and all turns to silver glass.
I believe that's another quote. What is that also a movie quote, Charlie? Who's gonna call it out? Because I did not get the reference, but I think that is a movie. Let's see. The ancestry stuff can get addicting. Let me tell you, yes, it can. Both my parents are very, very into ancestry. We do it as well. We love it. It's not just for like seeing what your DNA history is, but actually doing the research and finding out, that I had an ancestor who got in a bar fight in Norway and stabbed and killed a king's guard. Okay, and then was like sentenced to death. Let's see. I've got somebody calling in. Hold on, just 1 second.
Call from
Richard Davis.
Squirrel.
Richard, this is RA. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay.
Wonderful.
I just have
Are you there? You might have to turn off your.
Sorry, I just have a.
You might have to turn off.
Yeah, I have a little audio.
Yeah, it's going to be a few seconds
I think
delayed.
That should be better.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. No, it's a quick thing here. I thought I remembered the Happy Birthday song.
Uh-huh.
And that it was no longer under copyright. So I did a quick Google search, and if you look up Happy Birthday to You, you'll see under Wiki, this song is in the public domain in the United States and European Union. Warner Chappell Music had previously claimed copyright on the song in the U.S. and collecting licensing fees for its use. In 2015, the copyright claim was declared invalid, and Warner Chappell agreed to pay back $14 million in licensing fees.
$14 million.
So you're good to go. Yeah.
All right, so that's the Happy Birthday to You. That's the one we're talking about.
That's the one.
All right. That is
so
awesome.
You're free to use that as often as you like.
Rich, thank you so much for that update. That is great news. I appreciate you clarifying that for me. That saves my search quite a bit. So I'll find a good version, and we'll Matthew saying sing.
Okay. Bye now.
Bye, Rich. Thanks for calling in. We'll see you. All right. That's what the burner phone's for right there. Thank you so much, Rich, for that. Okay. Judge is on his cell phone right now. I believe you're probably right. He's been on his cell phone pretty much all day, every day during trial. Love watching you in your studio. All right, it's fascinating. Thank you. It's a fun little studio. I love it. I'll say that this studio looks much more impressive on camera than it does in real life. I mean, I've got a little bit over here that's fun as well. This is actually the fun box right here. Like this controls everything on the channel. Everything. If I want to have my face appear, I can use that using buttons. If I want the chat messages to turn on or off, I can control that here. Anything on the switcher as far as what shows up on the screen, like this, I can do that. And I can even go and move things around and just It's amazing. I love this little box. This is called a Stream Deck, and it works with an application on my iPad, which is just off camera to my right, and also runs on my computer. It takes all three pieces to make it work, and they run this fourth piece over here, which has 211 buttons on it. So it's a little convoluted setup, but it makes it so much fun to run everything. Let's see, I guess I don't need me on my screen twice. But it is fun. If anybody's seen like a canary, not this morning with no water. I don't think I could do that. If I have had people reach out to me and ask questions. As a matter of fact, this morning I just sent an email to a gentleman who was asking about the setup and how to do some things on a channel, a podcast they would like to run. I'm happy to share any of my knowledge. I feel blessed to be in the position I am. I literally have the best job in the world right here, and I'm loving it. It's the best. It's the best I could possibly imagine. Bobsta, this is one question I'm scared to death of showing anyone. I think WeatherWatch is the only person who has seen the backside of this desk, and I'm not joking, there are 40 cables. Whether it's a power cable, an adapter, a dongle, an HDMI cable, audio cables, XLRs, USB-C. There are 40 cables that make all this show happen. And they're all just dumped off the backside of this desk. There's no rhyme or reason. They're tangled amongst each other. It is awful. I need serious, like, professional help when it comes to cable management. But the important part is it does look tidy from this end. Oh, sorry, your chat wasn't even up on the screen. My fault. The Bobsta. So yeah, it looks tidy on this side, but it's an illusion, I promise. Let's see. Okay, we're getting close, I think. Did you know Tolkien was an English professor at Oxford, helped write the Oxford English Dictionary, and it's the reason we say elves and not elfs. What a legend. Yeah, elves would be wrong. That'd be like the same as saying knives or knifes. Let's see. All right. Can you use your voice changer on the judge? I do not have a voice changer on anything.
You're correct.
Here we go. Looks like the judge is there. Got a little hot mic.
You're correct.
I've got multiple audios working here. Let me just pull in this one only. Take camera 3. Okay, we're going to use this feed right now, I think. So I don't have a voice changer. What I do have on the soundboard, which is here on my desk, is the audio processing. So it doesn't change the voice. I can't make my voice into a robot, but I can add some effects as far as like a high pass filter or low pass filter or a pop filter or a compressor and things like that. And these are sort of like professional type audio tools that allow me to shape the sound of my voice, which is why it sounds like I'm coming to you on the radio right now. If I were to turn these off, and I can do that for you right now if you want to hear the difference. Let's see, I'm coming in on the mic 1, audio processing. If I turn off all the processing, my voice sounds like this. So it changes just a little bit. So this is me without any processing, and then I turn it back on, and it gives it just a little more full sound. So it does a little bit. That's the only voice changer I have. See you, Bob. Off to work. Hope you had a great commute. You're going to miss a great day in trial. Hope you get to watch the replay. Oh, buffer. Check burner, says Amber. Thank you very much, Amber. Let's see. Is chat going too fast? For those that are curious, Amber, I would like to give you the ability to slow down chat, but to do so, I need to have your YouTube page URL. Like you are a YouTube, like your YouTube URL. So if you can text me that full URL of what your YouTube account page is, if I were to watch videos on your channel, that's how I have to enter it for some reason. It won't let me change it right now. Chat, if you see on your screen where it says chat is in slow mode, that is not punishing you individually. What we want is everyone who types in chat to have their message seen and have people have a chance to see it and interact. And so what I do is I'll slow down chat so that it means you can only send a chat every like 15 seconds or maybe 30 seconds if there's a lot of people in chat, just to give everyone a chance to say something and have it appear on the screen and have it a chance to be read. Really is what we're doing. So I'll go ahead and I'll put it in the slow mode with a 15-second timer. It's not bad. Just to I guess it already is. Oh, I forgot that. Just to give us a chance to read it. So it might go too fast. Let's see. Amber. Okay. I'm gonna try to get this. I want Amber. I want some of the mods to have the ability, and Amber's as requested specifically, the ability to change the chat speed. So I'll see if I can get this to work. It just doesn't like adding anything. Even dragging your name up there, it shows that it should move, and it just doesn't make you managing moderator. I'll have to talk to YouTube about that, and I think I can actually reach them. When I'm a YouTube partner, they supposedly have like a help center you can call and talk about. If chat is still going too fast, let me know. We keep getting these hot mic teases. I'd love to hear what's going on there. So maybe Amber, if you use that same sound effect, if chat's going too fast, let me know and I can slow it down a little bit more today. But I want everyone to talk. I don't want anyone to think that I don't want you to talk in chat. I'd love to hear your opinions, your input. That's what makes this channel so amazing. Is you guys, your information, your life experience that you come with when you're viewing this. I mean, if you could see the slow mode doesn't apply to members. Wow, there's another perk. You can chat all you want. I didn't know that. But you don't need to be a member. Unfortunately, you do need to be a subscriber because we have some bots that come in that spam pornographic sites on the websites. They'll just spam these versions of pornographic URLs or something, and they'll just fill up the screen with that. And so the only way I was able to stop that is to turn on the subscriber mode for chat. And then also, so you have to be a subscriber for 1 minute, which is the smallest amount they'll say. They'll let me choose, but subscribe for 1 minute, and that stops the bot. And then the 15-second delay keeps them from just spamming the whole screen with comments. But I do like it that everybody, even if you're not a member, if you do not need a super chat to get my attention, I do. You can just flag me with my name, the @ recovery addict. I'd like to answer your question. I appreciate it being open that way, and I'm going to keep it that way. Sounds good. 80s Music Man says, Haley Comet, can I have your autograph? I've seen you years ago. I believe I saw Haley's Comet when I was a kid. Is it every like 40 years or so? Because I think it... When's the next Haley's Comet? Okay. Chat's a lot easier to follow now. Okay. Good. Okay, I need water, and I apologize. I'm going to have to drink it right out of the bottle, like a heathen, because the dishwasher is not yet done.
So are we otherwise ready?
Would
you ask Mr. Anderson to come in, please?
There's Ivan doubting the science of comets. So, Haley's Comet says, I'm already here. I'm here right now. I'm here every day. Let's see. The group that is in this chat is truly one of the best I've talked on. That's awesome, Mustang Guy. You guys do make it incredible, and I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate, even though that we have differing opinions. I mean, we have people that come at this. When we have these heavy topics, and we have people that have been on all sides of a similar type of event of basically anything we're talking about. Even when we're talking about, unfortunately, murder and things like that. There are people who have experienced this close to them from most sides. We don't have too many people who have committed it, I think, in chat, but just know that there are people who have a different experience, and although they might come at you and say you're wrong because of this type thing, realize that that's because of their experience. That's how they see it, and I appreciate you guys just being civil. At the end of the day, we're still friends, even if we disagree, and I'm just glad you guys are kind to each other in here, and we can sort of enjoy this together. Tish says, celebrate Public Defense Day tomorrow. Yes, that's your day for all those in the Public Defender's Office. Congratulations on getting that date declared, Tish. Good to have you here as well.
Can you bring in some milk? Thank you.
Lisa, you got told off for mentioning the. Yeah, some channels are.
Hello. Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Some channels are a little more protective of that. Obviously, I wouldn't want somebody coming in here and just spamming places, trying to get everyone who's watching to go somewhere else. That wouldn't be nice. So I don't want you to do that on anyone else's channel as well. But at the same time, if there's another YouTuber out there who produces content that I think you guys will value, like Matthew Harris or Brandy Churchwell or something like that, I'm going to say, hey, check out their channel. Go over there. Oftentimes we're not competing at the same time slot, but the internet's big, and there's a lot of things to watch, and you don't have to be here. I recognize that you make a choice to be here, and I'm appreciative of that. But yeah, we don't do much telling off here. We have very few rules. Got milk. I should get some milk and cookies. Can you bring in some milk? I think he said, "Are you ready?" or something. Did the judge say milk? Everyone's heard milk.
Kick back, taking it easy.
1986 was the last one for Halley's Comet. Lisa said, I did not mean it like LOL. I felt like a criminal. I like it better here now, so I stayed. Thank you, Lisa. It's awesome to have you here. We love you being here. That's wonderful. The judge asked for milk, maybe to go with his toast. Does he have like his personal assistant that just does his shopping and everything?
Happy St. Patrick's Day. And let's continue with the state's presentation.
There we go.
So I should start to redirect, Your Honor.
Be my guest.
Randy does a good job. I love it. Yellow Submarine, I forgot to
Detective
call
Korea,
you out. Good morning.
You were asked some questions by the defense about whether there were periods of times where any calls were missed, specifically by the defendant, specifically using the A&S phones. In other words, calls he did not answer. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And do you recall that during the testimony in this case, the state's focus has been on a specific time period, which was May 17th in the evening hours from around 7:34 p.m. to about 11:19 p.m. Do you remember that time period is a period that we have focused on?
Correct.
And so as to that time period on May 17th, are you able to indicate, based on your review of all the materials, is that a time period where the defendant, just as the defense mentioned in the time periods they asked about, where there were no phone calls answered on that A&S phone? Is that also a time period where that was true?
Yes.
But did you further review to see if any calls during that same time period, around 7:34 p.m. to 11:19 p.m., did you find that there were also no calls that were either made or answered on the Moto G6 phone during that period of time?
That's correct.
And did you also find during the time period we're speaking about that not only were no phone calls responded to on the A&S phone, but no phone calls were made on that phone as well during that time period?
Correct.
And then I'm going to ask you about texts. So as to any of the devices that you are aware of that the defendant possessed, were there any texts that the defendant answered or that his devices answered, or were there any texts sent out on those devices during that time period of 7:34 p.m. around to 11:19 p.m.?
There were not.
Now, were some texts received that were not answered during that time period?
On the ANS phone, yes.
Okay. And then finally, were some of the electronic devices, or at least one of the electronic devices the defendant had, ones that could be utilized for internet searches?
Yes.
And as to the devices we've talked about, was there any evidence of any internet searches done by the defendant, again on May 17th from 7:34 p.m. to 11:19 p.m.?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to ask those same kind of questions about not just the ANS phone and whether it missed calls, but about all those other ways that a person can show that they are aware, awake, involved, right? So I'm going to ask about all of those kind of devices as to, in response to what the defense asked you. So do you recall the defense asking you on May 5th from a time period that I think ended up being around 11:15 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.? Do you remember that being brought up by the defense?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony was, based on the exhibit you saw, that it did not appear that any ANS phone calls were answered during that period of time. Is that accurate about what you testified to previously?
Well, I believe there was the...
I'm saying
it
just...
began and ended with calls, and then in between there were none, correct?
Okay. And so that time period covered was 11:15 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. around, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I'm now going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 350, and this is regarding the Moto G6 phone. Can you set up the machine for me? Put it up there.
He needs his assistant to set up the machine. The DA does not do technology. That's not his strong suit. Good morning, J.C. Tratnick. Good to have you here. Podcast is on this channel, on this YouTube channel. It's a live video podcast. 8 p.m. tonight Eastern.
To show you first, I'll start with the first page of State's Exhibit 350. Again, does this appear to be phone records regarding the Moto G6 phone, essentially the secondary phone of the defendant, covering the time period of that 11:15 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.?
Yes.
And during that 11:15 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., were any calls made on this Moto G6 phone of the defendant's? Did that phone make any calls out?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
That was May 5th of 2020 at 12:08, 45 seconds p.m.
Okay. And then were any texts made from this phone during that time period?
There was.
Okay, and that again was on this same phone, the Moto G6?
Yes. And
so when did this phone text out during that time period that counsel was referring to?
12:17, 22 seconds p.m.
And then is there further a web history, meaning this phone was used to access the web during that same time period, between 11:15 a.m. and 3:30 p.m.?
Yes, there's a web history beginning at 12:25, 34.
Okay, so if you review that page and then on to page 2, can you tell when that web history ends, as best you can tell from this exhibit?
Based on this exhibit at 12:34, 13 seconds p.m.
So that's, if we don't just ask about the ANS phone, if we ask about other devices, all of that was activity during that same time period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me, I think that you were also asked about a different time period, a May 10th time period. Do you recall being asked whether you saw any activity on specifically the ANS phone on May 10th from, I think it was around 3:48 a.m. to 1:30 p.m.? Do you remember that time period being a time period you were asked to consider about whether phone calls had been answered?
I recall the times in the day. I don't recall the exact times, but I do recall being asked about that, yes.
And did you, but you weren't asked about whether, other than calls, whether there was any communication on any device. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Tish,
So again, as to
reach
that
out on the burner
ANS phone, did that phone also have the capacity to text out, at least on occasion?
The ANS phone?
Yep.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you now what's been, well, I'll just ask, did the ANS phone, I'll show.
I just realized it's Norma's birthday. Ellen Robinson on
So
chat.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as
Happy
State's
birthday
Exhibit
today.
349.
Thank you so much. Or birthday
Ask you if
Sunday.
that-
Sorry. Happy birthday Sunday.
Appears to be a text on the ANS phone during that time period that you were asked about. Does that appear to be a text that went out on that phone?
Yes, there was a text message on 5/10 of 2020 at 9:09 and 45 seconds a.m.
Okay. Thank you. You were asked a question
Sorry,
about
that was my phone.
A tip that had come in regarding a person in the proximity of Rosalio Gutierrez's patio on May 18th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what were any considerations you had about whether that should be followed up or whether it could be followed up?
There was no information to follow up with the person who had called on it. So we had really no direction as to who to follow up on. There are no video cameras located in that area of the apartments, or actually in the apartments at all. So there was nothing for us to follow up on that end either.
Based on the existence of a number of cigarette butts, was Rosalio Gutierrez's patio in close proximity to an area where a lot of cigarettes were being smoked outdoors?
Yes, directly adjacent to his patio.
And was it heavily raining on May 18th?
That whole period of time it was raining, I can't say specifically during the middle of the day that it was raining heavily, but throughout those 3 days it had rained heavily, yes.
And did Rosalio Gutierrez's porch area have some sort of a sheltering?
I object to relevance. That's where this line of questioning is going.
Was there some sheltering over the patio area of Rosalio Gutierrez that would be within a few short steps of where people were smoking?
So above his patio would have been the deck area of the upper apartment, of the upper unit.
And how many steps would you estimate that was from where the smoking location appeared to be?
Oh, his patio is directly adjacent to where the grass area is.
You were asked about an area. I don't know if we ended up deciding whether it was 1 or 3 blocks, but a area that has a few trees or some trees that's in the close proximity to Wood Creek. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
During all the time since Rosalio Gutierrez's bloody apartment was found, has there been any bodies or body parts that have turned up in that location?
No.
And you were asked some questions about the searches at the different locations, in this case, including a tree farm described by the defense as the Anderson Tree Farm. Were there work boots in any way associated with the grandfather that were found at that location?
No.
And also not at the lake house, the Belgium lake house from Ms. Brown-Williamson?
They were not.
And then what about at the defendant's home? Were there a separate and distinct pair of work boots that would have been grandfather related?
There was one pair of work boots that was located.
And you were asked some questions about the missing persons database nationally and the ways that, you know, that would be reflected officially, right? That you've kept that open. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if the police department has referred this as a homicide, made a decision this is a homicide, why would you keep that kind of database open? What would be your purpose in doing that?
The main purpose is that without a database, there would be no way to determine if remains were located, to compare those remains through DNA or through whatever means to confirm that they may be related to, in this case, Mr. Gutierrez. So keeping that open, even though the case is going and has been referred, it gives the ability that at any point, at any time, if remains are located and there is a comparison made, that, well, Kenosha Police Department as well as the family involved would be notified of that. So without that database, we wouldn't have that ability.
Judge, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. We're done.
You may step down.
We're done. We're done. Guess what? The state's about to rest.
Your Honor, the state has no further witnesses in its case in chief. We have to move in a couple of additional exhibits. So just in terms of the testimony just now, I'd move admission of State's Exhibit 349 and 350. And do we have any other outstanding exhibits, counsel?
I don't believe so.
So we would just ask the court to reserve the right to move in additional exhibits, Judge, if in this massive amount of exhibits, and now with a second clerk, just to make sure that we have the ability to reserve that right if that becomes necessary in the future. But if the court allows us that privilege, then the state at this point rests.
All right. Any objection to the exhibits which are offered?
No objection to the exhibits. The defense, prior to making argument, also has several exhibits we'd like to move in. That would be Defense Exhibit 335.
Yes, he's the chief investigator. He's been sitting at that table.
337.
And he testified twice. This was a recall.
And then these were photos. It's going to be defense exhibits. And Madam Clerk, if I have multiple numbers, would you just like me to say like 57 through 60? Okay. Defense exhibits 57 through 60, 62 through 72, 74 to 76, 106 to 108, 127 to 129, 131, 133 through 136, 140 through 141, 143 and 144, 145 through 162, 177, 227, 229, and then I had noted when I received an exhibit list that defense exhibits 248, 250, 252, and 253 had not been marked as received. However, those were the documents that Attorney Birdsall had used on his cross-examination of Marquand Washington, and he had moved them in and they were accepted. So I just want the record to reflect that those had been previously received. I also have notes that Exhibit 262 and 319 were supposed to be received as well, but those were not marked. So I'd be asking that those markings be made and then the exhibits I had mentioned be admitted.
You said some of them had not been numbered?
No, they had been numbered. So defense exhibits 252, 253, 250, and 248, those had been already received.
Right, that I heard.
But it wasn't marked. Like
it wasn't marked that they had been received.
Correct.
Okay, I thought you meant they hadn't been numbered.
Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, not a problem. Any objection to receipt of the foregoing?
So, Counsel, are any of those the items that were marked but objected to, so
No.
they're not admitted?
No.
Because I noticed that a couple of those were, I think there were 2 times that you approached witnesses. We did not have the exhibits go in, but I think you maintain them, I assume, for purposes of making sure the court had them. Were you moving those into evidence as well, or not those?
No, not those.
Okay, all right. So upon the assurances of the defense that the 2 exhibits I recall that were not allowed to be presented, Judge, were not. Yep, that's what I meant. Upon their representations that those are not included in their list, I have no objection.
All right, received.
And then Attorney Aubert will be making argument.
Reserve. You may reserve. To a later point in the morning. Pardon me?
We have a motion outside the presence of the
The typical
of the state's case.
post-resting motion?
Yes.
It can rest for a while.
Okay.
The motion they're going to make is basically for a directed verdict. It's saying, I think it's directed verdict.
You wish to present a defense?
They say
Yes, Judge.
the state hasn't proved it.
Thank you. The
Judge.
defense will call its first witness, Julianne Avila.
They're asking the judge to just rule him not guilty because the defense hasn't proved it. It rarely works. Like, I'd be surprised if we ever see it. It basically means the state has no case whatsoever. Generally, if there's any evidence, if there's anything that the jury may possibly view as evidence, the judge is going to say, no, we're going to push
You
through to
solemnly
the
swear
verdict.
the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
He's watching the video.
Oh, do you want to check see if the mic's on?
Is the green bar up?
There you go.
That's much more appropriate for the day.
My name is Julianne Avila, Julieanne Avila.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene response specialist with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab out of Milwaukee.
And can you explain to the jury what that occupation entails?
So we respond to homicides, other investigations for maybe smaller departments that need help, officer-involved shootings, or any other major event that a submitter or an agency in Wisconsin may need help with.
And what kind of qualifications do you need for your job?
There are 4 of us who are full-time in crime scene response, and then we have a program chief. So for the crime lab, what we did was we have forensic scientists who had a major discipline, some of us DNA, firearms, latent prints. And then what we do is we go through training to learn how to approach a crime scene, how to respond, how to go through it, how to look for evidence that may be appropriate for the scene that we're called to, how to do proper collection techniques, documentation with photographs and video, and then eventually write a report. And so we bring our bench knowledge to the scene as forensic scientists to kind of try to get the best evidence that we can.
And how long have you been working as a crime scene response specialist?
So I've been a crime scene response specialist since January of 2020, but I've been involved with the crime scene response team since 2015.
And prior to 2015, were you still working in the field?
Yes.
And what type of education background do you have that assists you in your position?
So my degrees are in criminal justice and a minor in biology, and I have a master's degree in forensic science. And then we had our other specialized training within the laboratory to become crime scene response specialists with the training director at the laboratory.
And so you had noted that you had been working in crime scene response since 2015. Was that with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, or was that elsewhere?
That was with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
So since 2015, you've been employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I've actually been with the Crime Lab since 2002. I was a latent print and footwear examiner.
So just focusing on your work as a crime scene response analyst, do you have to prepare reports for the things you do? Is that a normal duty in your job?
Yes, it is.
And can you explain that for the jury?
So the reports we generate explain who called us, who responded to the scene, what their duties were at the scene, what we did, what we eventually collected that may have been of importance. And then we also, before we leave a scene, we give over all the evidence that we've collected. So we may also make mention of what was given to the officers at the scene. And then we tell them, you know, that how many photos have been taken, where they can get those, and just kind of the overall documentation of what we did at the scene.
And during your time span of employment, approximately how many of these reports have you written?
Oh, I'd say probably maybe 75 to 100.
And I want to direct your attention to 2020. Do you remember doing work on a case regarding Zachariah Anderson?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously marked as State's Exhibit 43. Judge, may I approach the witness?
Go ahead.
We know at least three. You're going to have two inmates and this one, but we don't have many. They've only got two, maybe 3 days of witnesses. So this is going to be quick. I think we will see the inmates today.
Report that you prepared in this case?
Yes.
And how do you know that it's a report you prepared for this specific case?
It has my name and my signature on it. I see Lisa Treffinger's initials on it, as she was the peer reviewer of this case, with our laboratory case number on it and our seal on it.
And the case number correlates to maybe perhaps any and all work that the crime lab had done as it relates to the investigation.
Yes.
And what is that case number?
R20-1497.
And looking through the report and the date on that is September 3rd, 2020?
Correct.
Looking through the report, is it a accurate depiction of the report you prepared without any modifications?
Yes, it appears it is.
It's the judge's cell phone. You hear doing that beep beep.
State's Exhibit 43 and published to jury.
Is there objection?
If you rewind when the defense first started, we saw the defense attorney on the far left table that we can sort of see his laptop. It looks like he was watching the live stream. Not ours, but I think he was watching a YouTube live stream.
Okay, so while this is up, if you could explain to the jury
Thanks, Tish.
what this report is about.
So we received a Dodge Caravan into the laboratory that I was to look for any kind of possible blood evidence in the van. So I'm just explaining that both myself and Lisa Treffinger actually looked at the van. I took the photographs of the van. And then I talk about some testing that I did on stains that I observed in the van and the condition of the van, and eventually what it was that I collected out of the van.
Okay, and so item A is the van.
Correct.
Is that red cable new, or has that been there every day? Just next to the witness stand. Yeah, I've got to wonder why the state didn't call her if she had firsthand experience with this and did a report on receiving their key piece of evidence. Don't touch the red wire, says Abby. Good advice. Always good advice. Don't touch the red wire. High Speed Drifter, I love that we've found more people that are like us. That is amazing. Thank you, all those who are new who are here. I hope you love it here. I appreciate you being here. I realize there are many places you could be, and I appreciate you choosing this place.
Reviewing the van, processing the van, you created a little chart.
I did.
Okay, and can you...
This is better than the house map we had earlier.
What does this chart depict generally?
For the record, can we just say what
Sure, sorry.
exhibit is?
Defense Exhibit 351.
I created this chart just for my own personal notes, just to see where I tested stains in the van. I did not collect these stains, but I just wanted to make note of where I had done some testing. I noted where there was carpet missing from the van, and that's generally what this is, just for my notes.
And so wherever... Let's start with the steering wheel. You had made a note for the steering wheel. What did that note indicate, if you remember?
There was a stain, a darker stain on the steering wheel that I observed, and that was just something that I tested.
And then if maybe you could just walk through each of the items that you noted and what you did.
Sure. So they don't have specific, some of them have numbers of kind of just what areas I tested. What I did was I used something called phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for blood. It's not a determining factor. It just is. It could possibly be. And so I tested the steering wheel. I tested the running board along the side of the driver's side of the vehicle. There was an area behind the front passenger seat, the seat belt, the carpet, and then the seats were all missing out of the van. So I tested a few areas of the carpet. I also tested it, if you know, like sometimes in the back of those vans they have like cup holders where the seats would be. There were some reddish stains there that I tested. I tested areas on the metal parts, which is the bottom part that had no carpet. I tested along there with phenolphthalein, and they were all negative.
And when you say they were all negative, what does that mean?
There was no indication of blood using phenolphthalein as a presumptive test.
Did you do any other tests? Strike that. There are other types of tests that can be employed to determine the presence of... Are there any tests that can be employed to determine the presence of blood?
Yes, so usually when we start out looking for blood, we're using basically just a high-intensity flashlight, looking for any signs that appear to be reddish-brown stains, as blood usually appears to look. After that, something that you can't see with your eye, we might employ luminol, which you may have seen on TV. If you spray it in the dark, instead of giving a color change, it gives a change of light. It emits like a light. So once I was done testing with phenolphthalein, I used luminol and sprayed the van with that. And I saw one area that had a little bit of a glow, and I collected that stain.
And that stain, though, wasn't further tested?
I believe it was tested, but that would have been by the DNA unit. I didn't test it with any kind of presumptive test.
Was that A2?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't A1?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury if luminol reacts to any other substances or things other than blood?
It does. It's just a presumptive test. Like phenolphthalein, it'll react to rust, bleach, and some other kind of cleaning products.
So it does react to bleach?
It can react to bleach, yes.
You had noted that there were some bleach stains in the vehicle.
This is ZA's van.
I did. They appeared to have the consistency of what bleach might look like.
When you did the luminol testing, did it react to those areas?
No.
And then you had noted that another thing that luminol can react to is rust. Did you observe any areas of rust in and around the vehicle?
Yes, the car did have rust.
What was your overall impression of the state of the vehicle?
The vehicle was had a significant amount of wear and tear to it. As I said, the carpet was missing. The carpet was dirty. There was a lot of clutter in it.
And was it very dirty in the inside?
It was.
You had also taken some pictures.
Yes.
I'm going to go through them. It's a packet of pictures that were taken, marked as Defense Exhibit 352. Show you the first picture in that packet. It looks like a big dark screen, but can you explain perhaps what this photo was?
I don't remember what that.
Do you take photos when you're doing the luminol processing?
I do. And usually, usually what we do is luminol, because it has to be taken in the dark. Sometimes your exposures will be a little too dark, and it's hard for that luminol to show up. It has to be like sometimes maybe a minute or a minute and a half exposure to try to capture it. And because the luminol was so faint, it doesn't really show up very well on this photograph.
Okay.
Hey, Debbie, it's on the murder aisle. It's on the murder aisle at Walmart.
I believe that is the area behind the driver's seat in the back. So in the back area where there would possibly be bench seats, there were some compartments back there and cup holders. Okay. These are just the items that were inside.
And was this we can see a reddish stain in this photo?
Yep.
Was that one of the stains that you tested?
I don't know for sure. I had marked them with like Post-it notes and stuff, so I'm not sure if that was one of the ones I tested or not.
Okay, I'm going to skip forward and then we'll go back to this photo. And I might have to hand it to you just because of how.
Yeah.
I can make it brighter.
Okay.
Ooh. Elmo, enhance.
Okay.
It's terrible.
Yep.
Okay. So now looking back at this previous photo.
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes.
Okay. So that was an area that was tested?
Yes, it was. And
what came back negative?
Correct.
And why did you want to test these stains?
Well, because of the color, of the appearance of them being a reddish brown stain, I was testing whatever I saw that could possibly be blood.
This photo area.
So this is a mid-range photo of the footwell of the driver compartment.
And did you observe anything of interest in that area?
No.
And did that area appear to have been cleaned?
Cleaned? No.
Not in a long time. The mat's crooked even. That would get... You have to have the mat straight. My OCD is going to be triggered. I could not ride in that van, front or back.
So this is the step area going into the cargo area or the passenger area behind the driver's seat.
Okay, and so this is the step threshold area that you tested?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to show you another picture of that. Is this just a close-up?
Yes.
And why did you test that area?
Again, there was a reddish stain there that I was interested in.
Because it possibly could have been
Blood.
Blood?
Yes.
And what was the result of that specific test?
It was negative.
Can you describe what this is?
This is the back area, the very back area of the van by the lift, back tailgate of the van. This is the metal part. You can kind of see a little bit of the carpet in the upper right-hand corner. And so this was just the bare metal.
And the bare metal, was there a lot of dirt and debris on top of it?
It was dusty. It was kind of dirty.
It was dusty?
Yeah.
Okay. And there's also arrows in this photo?
Yes.
And are those arrows depicting areas that you tested in that area?
Yes.
And the test for presence of blood?
Yes.
And what were the results of those tests?
They were all negative.
Okay. What is this, besides the obvious?
The steering wheel in the van, I have an arrow pointing to what looked like a reddish-brown stain on the wheel.
And again, why did you want to test that stain?
Because of the appearance, I wanted to test it with phenolphthalein.
And the appearance of it?
Being like a reddish-brown stain.
Okay. And the result of that test?
Was negative.
Do you remember this?
I do.
This is the stain on plastic. This is the stain.
I believe this is the stain on the headliner above the cargo door area. It would have been on the driver's side. So as you lift the door, it would have been right up here at the top.
Okay. And that was tested?
It was.
And that was negative?
Yes.
Hey, Kiefer, remind me on the next break. I'll tell you about Discord. It's awesome.
There's this picture. Is there a reason you took this?
Just documenting the overall condition of the van and what was inside.
Okay. So in this case, the clutter.
Yes.
In this picture, was there any significance or just another overall?
Again, just documenting the overall condition of the van.
Okay, and in this picture, I'm going to point to it on here, we see this container.
I'm going to use my
handy pointer. Were you able to determine what that
finger.
Container was?
A nail.
I don't remember offhand what that is.
Do you remember finding any sort of cleaning wipes or any wipes in the van?
I think there were, and that could be it. There were bleach wipes, perhaps.
Judge, I'd like to move into evidence defense exhibit 352.
No objections.
No objection?
No objection.
Received.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
We're just flying through the witnesses on defense. There's the first one. Won't be much for a cross, probably 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so we talked, I think, about A2, Ms. Avila. We haven't talked about sample A1, have we?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit.
State's Exhibit 1, 313.
So again, this is State's Exhibit 1, 313. It's going to show up on the screen up there on the television.
Which makes her turn away from the microphone. Hard to hear her testimony.
Is that a picture that you took from back in the time of this van review?
Yes.
Do you recall what day you and Ms. Treffinger did this process with the van? It appears to be prior to June, or prior to late June at least. Do you remember when this was?
I don't remember the specific date, but I believe it was in May.
So if I indicated to you the photograph is dated 5/21, is that an excellent way to figure out when you did this?
Yes.
And so if you look up at the exhibit, does it have a time and date of the photograph? Yeah. So are these the photographs? Is your photography in this, if it says it started on 5/21, does that refresh your memory about when this happened?
Yes.
Okay, so just for purposes then of the record, when do you believe, based on your memory being refreshed, that these photographs and this testing is completed or done?
I took these photographs on 5/21, it appears.
Okay, of 2020?
Yes.
So you were asked briefly about the condition of the back of the van. Does this accurately reflect what you saw on May 21st?
Yes.
So when you saw it, the items that would normally anchor in the carpet or be anchored in by the carpet were situated off as they are in this, or have you manipulated that in some way at this point?
I pulled those off myself.
You did? Okay.
Yes.
So previously, were they in the location they would normally be if the carpet was still remaining?
Yes.
Okay. And you looked at a number of items where there was a red-brownish thing in appearance, and you felt like you needed to do what you called a, what did you call it, a preliminary test?
Presumptive.
Presumptive test, okay. And so you did that at a number of locations on this vehicle, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that includes on A2 that was brought up to you that was a area on the lower plastic molding in the rear cargo area, is that correct?
Luminol would be a presumptive, yes.
Okay. So could you smell the bleach when you reviewed this particular vehicle, do you remember?
I don't remember smelling bleach, no.
Could you see some clear stains, some of which are depicted on this?
Yes.
Did they appear to be consistent with bleach stains based on your observations?
They did.
So if bleach sometimes reacts with luminol, and if you're seeing a bleach stain, why doesn't the luminol do anything in this case if you know?
I don't know why it didn't react.
Okay. But you maintain that your physical observation is that appeared to be bleach stains?
Yes.
All right. Does luminol always react to bleach, or is that something where it is not always happening?
I would say it probably doesn't always happen.
Okay. So for you, it is an indicator, but it is not definitive in your experience.
Correct.
So how many times have you, during your employment, been an individual who was observing stains and having to make at least the most preliminary thought process about whether something is blood?
How many times?
Yeah, how many times do you think you've done this on behalf of the State Crime Lab?
Well over 100 times.
Okay. And in that time period then part of that is because you're trying to figure out, is this going to be tested further, DNA unit, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you came across A1, is A1 depicted on the exhibit that's up right now?
Yes, it is.
And if the judge gave you a pointer, would you be able...
Or if you could...
those pointers from the old days?
Yes.
If he gave you one of those old traditional pointers, could you point out where A1 is on this particular exhibit?
The judge is offended that his pointer is from the old days. He's like, this is a current pointer. It works just fine. We're not going to see because we're... I don't think we're looking at the actual screen.
Okay, so you can go back. Thank you.
So she pointed
you're at a microphone.
at something.
Thank you.
So are you the one who placed the sticker on A1 then?
Yes.
So this would be another one of those things that needed consideration for yourself and for Ms. Treffinger, correct?
Correct.
And this was a team approach. You and Ms. Treffinger were trying to consult at times where either of you felt the other's expertise would be helpful?
Yes.
So as to this A1, did you and Ms. Treffinger have any kind of discussion about whether any of the presumptive testing should be utilized on A1?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and why would you need to do that? If the other places you put little tabs were either sprayed or had a presumptive test applied, why would this one be one where you needed to discuss it?
This was a very small stain. As Lisa and I were standing at the back of that van, I was on the passenger side, she was on the driver's side. We were looking in, and we have a height difference. And as I looked, I could see on that molding just this very, very small stain. And as we talked about it, we decided that it was best to just collect the stain so we had all of it, as opposed to trying to take a little bit of it for a presumptive test. It was just very small.
I'm guessing Lisa
you didn't want to compromise your ability to have the whole amount there to be sure you had the most accurate ability to test.
Correct.
So, did you have an opinion, seeing that item at that location, about whether it appeared to you to be blood?
I did think it was possible that it was blood, yes.
And then, and what did you base that on?
Just my past experience as a crime scene person and what I've seen with blood over the years of working crime scenes. This just had the appearance of it.
So, I guess I need to ask you, as to the other stains that you saw, or the other spots you saw, did any of the others appear to you to also be blood, or was this the one that stood out to you?
I thought the others possibly could be because they had a dark reddish color, but this one did stand out to me.
Okay. And what about it stood out to you? So why, based on your experience, did you say, you know what, these others might be blood, but this one stands out?
Just the appearance of it, there was a little bit more, if I remember right, a little bit more to it. It was a little thicker, but it was so small, and just had the appearance of just a spot of blood.
So let me just show you a close-up of this same picture, if I can.
This is states 1-315.
And I'm going to bring this even closer if we can magnify this a bit.
Enhance image.
Okay, so again, looking at this, is that consistent with what you're discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And having been a crime scene analyst, you said you've done this particular profession for 5 years, correct?
More than 5, yes.
At that point, right?
Uh-huh.
Are you still doing it now?
Yes.
So you have an additional 3 years of experience at this since then, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the characteristics of what we see on the screen is consistent with items that have been transferred to that location as opposed to have fallen or splashed or something else at that location?
When we talk about transfer stains, we talk about something that may have either been on your hand and you touch an item and it's left behind, or if blood is already on something and you put your hand through it, that's a wipe. The other one would be called a swipe. To me, this just looks like a very small speck of possible blood that was just possibly came off of something. It just got just a little bit of a drip or a splash, but it's not what I would call a transfer stain.
So in your experience, professional experience, it's not consistent with a transfer, with somebody deliberately applying it?
It does not appear to be, at least in that fashion.
The prosecution is in cross of the defense witness right now. This is Julianne Avila, a crime scene response team.
Nothing else.
Witness. Now we're on redirect.
Take down that apologies.
So the state just focused on A1, but like you said, there were several other areas in the car that you thought could possibly be blood.
Yes.
And there were other stains that had a similar appearance as well.
Yes.
A similar appearance as item A1.
Right, with the reddish brown stain, yes.
No further questions.
Nothing else?
We're moving right through. Next up, inmate. What do you think?
The defense will be calling Nathan Hensley to the stand next.
Nathan Hensley. The attorney here at the front of the screen, the closest to us, I believe, is watching the live stream and the comments. I seriously think that's what he's doing. Nathan Hensley, please come to the stand. You're the next contestant. Bueller. Oh, he's here.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Nathan Hensley, Nathanhensley.
And Mr. Hensley, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
What is it that you do?
I work in concrete. I'm a concrete finisher.
Very nice. I'm going to just jump right into it. Do you remember talking to law enforcement back in May of 2020?
He gave a tip.
I do remember, yes.
During that time, where were you residing?
I lived in Wood Creek Apartments.
Do you remember the address?
3709 15th Street, apartment 1A.
Okay, and you said apartment 1A. If you can just explain to the jury kind of the layout of that apartment building.
If you were to walk in the front, it would be the back right corner.
Okay, so did you know where apartment 1B was located?
I believe the front right corner.
So would have been the unit right next to yours?
Yes.
And thinking back to, I know it's a long time ago, but do you remember on May 19th, 2020, speaking with a detective?
I remember one came to our door, yes.
And do you remember being asked whether you were at home on May 17th, 2020?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember providing a written statement?
A written statement?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that either.
Oh my goodness.
If I was to show you something, would that help refresh your recollection?
Possibly, yeah.
If he said no there, she wouldn't have been able to show him. And this witness would have been like, all right, no further questions. He's not responding quite the way I think she wanted. But possibly when he sees the statement, it's going to be, might remind him. Nope. This is somebody else. It's like a police report of a statement, I think.
I don't remember writing it.
The contents of it, do you remember saying that?
Yes, possibly. Yeah.
And
He doesn't remember writing it down.
was that, so now that you've reviewed that, do you remember what you told law enforcement about your observations on May 17th, 2020?
I believe I told him I didn't hear anything or see anything.
And was that in regards to the time frame that the detectives were interested in?
Yeah,
And you were home at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And you're saying during that time, so evening hours of May 17th, 2020, you didn't see or hear anything?
Not that I am aware of or remember.
I have nothing further for Mr. Hensley.
There's not much to cross here. He basically doesn't remember anything. He gave a statement that he doesn't recall giving, but he doesn't remember anything happening that night.
Have you take a look at it? Just tell me if you wrote it, or if you signed it. So it's not Exhibit 1, it's Exhibit 353. Okay, then I'm going to show you. Can you take a look at that, Exhibit 353? What I want you to hone in on is the signature, and tell me, does it look like that's your signature?
That is my signature.
Okay. Now, is the writing yours in the middle, or did somebody fill that out for you?
That doesn't look like my writing, no.
Okay. But when you signed it, you were saying, best I know, it's accurate, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's first talk about the date that you gave that statement. I assume that the statement you signed was at the same time the cop talked to you? There weren't two different visits, were there?
Not that I believe, no.
So you believe it was just one time you saw the police?
Yes.
Did they come to your place, if you remember?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they came to my door.
Okay. So if I'm correct, it says it's May 25th, right? Is that the date that's on the statement, down by where you signed it?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
So that would be the date that you talked to the police, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? You got to say yes or no?
Yes, I'm
okay.
sorry.
And they're asking you about, if you look at the top, it says on May 17th. Do you see that?
Yes.
So they're asking you about something that happened 8 days earlier. Is that true?
Yes.
So my guess is that you weren't keeping a diary or keeping track of exactly what you were doing on any given day 8 days earlier. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it does say it was a Sunday. That helps remind you, okay, so where would I have been on a Sunday evening? Correct?
Yes.
You didn't, at that time, were you working on Sundays?
No.
So that'd be a day off?
Yes.
Okay. And so it says 200 hours, right? It's kind of military time. Does it say 2000?
Yes.
So they were asking you about 8 p.m.? Is that how you took that?
Yes.
So nobody asked you about what happened at 9:30 p.m.?
No, not that I...
No one asked you what happened at 10 p.m.?
No.
So if something happened an hour and a half or 2 hours later, that you're not talking about that in this particular statement?
No.
Okay. So I guess I'll ask, did you hear anything later in the night either that you remember?
I don't remember.
You don't remember. Fair. So were you living with somebody back in Wood Creek there?
Yes, my girlfriend.
Your girlfriend. Okay. So tell me what a Sunday night would have looked like. TV, music, computers, were you guys gamers? What do you think, what would be your best help for us on what you would have been doing at 10 p.m. on a Sunday back in 2020?
Kick back, taking it easy.
Either TV or movie or sleeping. Yeah.
All right. Sleeping was in the picture even at 10?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. If you were asleep, you wouldn't hear anything. That's fair? Or unless it could wake you up, but otherwise you wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't wake me up, no.
What?
I'm a heavy sleeper. So,
oh, you are?
Yeah, no.
I'm not sure
I
why
think I'm
this
going to end
guy's
with
here.
that. Thanks very much.
There we go. He would have slept through
Nothing
it.
further.
This.
I guess I'm going to move admission to the exhibit.
No, I would.
You don't want it in? Okay.
No,
then I
it's
won't.
appropriate.
Yeah, you can hand it to me. Thank you.
Wow.
I guess we keep
That-
it as part of the record.
The DA is literally
Call
laughing
Jennifer
at the defense right now.
Ziegler to the stand.
Anyone who does concrete during the day probably sleeps really well at night. Concrete is a tough job. Working with concrete will wear you out. It's hard on your body too. Yeah, I know there are a lot of jokes. Everyone's saying, yeah, he was puff, puff, pass type thing. But no evidence to that. We just know he works concrete. He did come across as very chill during that moment. I do see no gain by either side with that witness. That's why the defense is just chuckling.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Miss. Is it Ziegler?
Ziegler, yes.
Ziegler. Can you please state and spell your name for Madam Court Reporter?
Yes. Jennifer Ziegler, Jennafer Ziegler.
And are you in a relationship or residing with an individual named Nathan Hensley?
Yes.
And for approximately how long have you resided with Mr. Hensley?
A little over 4 years.
So back in 2020, were you residing with him?
Yes.
And I'm going to give you a specific time frame. In May of 2020, do you remember where you were living?
Yes.
And where was that?
Wood Creek Apartments.
And do you remember your specific address?
I think it was 3709. I don't know. I don't remember the street. Sorry.
If I said 15th Street, does that sound right?
Yes.
And do you remember your apartment number?
Concrete Guy's
1A,
girlfriend.
I believe.
Yes.
And so in Wood Creek Apartments, while you were living there, did you know an individual named Mr. Gutierrez?
No, not personally. I knew him after everything kind of happened. I guess I heard of him.
Okay. And do you know where apartment 1B was located in relation to your apartment?
Yes.
And where was that?
So it would be right next to us, basically, yeah, to our left.
Okay. So I want to jump back to May of 2020. May 17th of 2020, it was a Sunday. Do you have a recollection now, I know it was a while ago, about what you were doing on that date?
If it was a Sunday, I probably would have just been at home, or maybe I was with my parents away at their house, so it would be either or.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with detectives in this case?
Yes.
And you spoke with detectives on 2 separate occasions. Was one, the first time that you spoke to a detective, was that because they came to your house or your apartment, or did you go to the police department? Do you remember where that conversation happened?
Yes, they came to my apartment.
And was that the day where there was a lot of law enforcement there?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember seeing all of that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember what the detective asked you?
I think he kind of asked me like if I seen or heard anything.
And would that have been for that Sunday, May 17th?
Yes.
And what did you tell the detective?
I'm pretty sure I told the detective that I did not hear or see anything.
And was that accurate?
Yes. Yeah.
And were you then home on May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
And for that entire evening?
Yes, I would have been, yeah.
And that entire time, you didn't hear anything?
No.
Or see anything?
No.
And now, thinking back to when you were living in Wood Creek Apartments, if there was a very loud noise or someone screaming or yelling, would you think you'd be able to hear it?
Objection. Seems like it would call for speculation.
Kind of sounds that way.
It seems that way.
It's from when she lived there, her own observations, if she could hear things that were loud.
Everyone's...
If you can't hear, then you don't know that you're not hearing.
Right.
What? Do you usually hear loud noises?
Have you heard people arguing or screaming before in Wood Creek Apartments?
Arguing and screaming, no. I heard footsteps. I hear footsteps and stuff like that, like doors shutting and stuff like that, yeah.
And
Ooh.
so thinking back to May 19th when you were giving this statement, if you even heard things like that, you would have told law enforcement?
Yes, yes.
And you didn't hear anything of that sort?
No.
And I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Ms. Ziegler, so you,
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler, you believe that at first somebody spoke to you while the cops were still around?
Yes.
So were you not working during the day?
I worked Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So Tuesday and Thursday I was off. So I'm assuming it was on one of those days.
Okay. And so you were home when they came and asked?
Yes.
All right. And were they, to your mind, were they asking about something that had happened the night before, or did they, I'm talking about the first time they talked to you?
Yeah.
Or were they talking about a specific different day?
It was a different day. It wouldn't have been like that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so if the cops were still there and they were asking you, how do you have any idea how they would know which day to ask you about at that point?
I'm going to object. Calls for speculation.
Yeah.
She knows. If she
Yeah,
knows.
I don't know.
Okay. So, but then at some point you also were asked to give a written statement, correct? Yes? You got to say
so.
yes or no for the record. You can't just say.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
And at that time you were again asked, and they asked you about a specific day that time, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you. First I got to get it marked.
Yeah.
KT, Sarah Boone's another case coming up in Florida. Suitcase killer. You'll want to see that one for sure. Scheduled to start in the middle of April. We've got a hearing on the 28th of this month to see if that stays there on that date.
354, and the first thing I want you to do is look at the bottom of this and just tell me if you recognize your signature. Okay. And you can hold it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so is that your signature?
Yes.
Okay. So when you signed that, were you trying to report everything you knew based on what people were asking?
Yes.
Okay. So is there a date by where your signature is that says when they were asking you about that? So you know what date they were asking? In the area where your signature is.
Yes. I see a date right under.
And so what is that date?
5/25/2020.
Okay. And so and then in terms of what time they were asking about, date and time, is that at the top of the document where it says on May 17th, 2020?
Yes.
So that'd be 8 days difference, right, in terms of this statement?
Yes.
Okay. And on Sundays you didn't work?
Yes.
Okay. And were they asking you, based on the military time they wrote down, did it look like they were focusing on 8 p.m. on the evening of May 17th?
Yes.
Based on military time. It says 20, right?
Yes.
00, which would be 8 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to actually ask you about a couple hours later on a Sunday, okay? And whether people maybe were headed for bed and things like that a little later. So by 10 p.m. on a Sunday, do you remember whether you guys would be in bed yet?
Yes. I go to bed early, so.
Good. Okay. And so if I told you it was at 10 p.m., would you expect to hear things out in the hallway?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Well, I didn't hear the whole question. It smells that way.
It smells speculative.
But you used the word expect, so
Yeah.
you can complete your question. But you're on borrowed time.
It's not the first time. And the court has allowed me to pay up on those borrowing a couple of times. So my question is, if it was at 10 p.m. on this Sunday, what, if anything, can you tell us about how that would impact your ability to hear things in either the hall or the neighboring apartment?
Yes, because we sleep with a box fan, so we wouldn't be able to hear.
I think I'm going to end there, Judge.
I do have some redirect, Judge. Thank you. You talked to law enforcement twice.
Yes.
So the statement that Attorney Gravely was just going through with you, that would have been the second time you talked with law enforcement?
Yes.
And thinking back, if they were detectives asking you about that entire evening of May 17th, 2020.
Yes.
And if you were sleeping and you knew you were sleeping at that time, would you have told law enforcement that?
Yes. Yeah.
Nothing further.
Well, you're saying that if you went to bed sometime on the evening of May 17th, you would have told the officers, I went to bed?
No, sorry, no.
Okay.
No.
Nothing else?
Very, very limited. You told them you didn't see or hear anything.
Yes.
And it wasn't because you were sleeping. Let me rephrase that. If you had been sleeping, would you have told law enforcement, I was sleeping, so would not have been able to hear or see anything?
I just told them I just didn't hear or see anything just because they just asked if I heard or saw anything that day.
And thinking now, can you remember if you were sleeping or not?
No, it was 3 years ago.
Okay.
But I would be sleeping because I go to bed at 9 p.m.
Oh my goodness.
At 9 p.m.
Here's
Yes.
another.
Okay.
And I've been going to bed at 9 p.m. because I wake up at 5.
Nothing further.
I hope they recycle the subpoena they issued to her, because that's the only value they're getting out of this witness. Oh my goodness. That's 2 in a row.
You give it to the district.
These are major
Would
fails. This is so bad. Yeah. Yeah, and she
The
might.
defense would call Kim Lavora to the stand.
She might be. We're getting more witnesses than I thought. We're moving through them fast. This is number 4, right? The number 4 already for the defense. We don't have the 2 inmates yet, so we have at least 6 on the list. Oh, Matthew, what do you think of this? Was this a shot in the dark, hoping for her to say something that might be helpful? It seemed like it was a major fail for the witness, and the defense is crowing. You see the DA over there just beaming like he just won the internet or something. Oh, man. Matthew says, fun fact for trial. Witnesses go really fast when they have nothing of value to offer. But why were they called? I mean, the statements didn't get brought in, so there's clearly nothing written in the statement that they wanted.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure, Kim, K-I-M, Lavora, L-A-V-O-R-A.
And Miss Lavora, is there another first name that you also have?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell that also?
Sure, E-U-M-D-E-U-N, Umdian.
And is it okay if I just refer to you as Miss
Yeah.
Lavora? Okay. Miss Lavora, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And what is it that you do?
I'm an accountant.
Where?
At Wacker-Newson.
Okay. And how long have you been employed there?
It will be 10 months.
Very nice.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I want to kind of jump back in time to May of 2020.
Sure.
And during that time frame and before, did you know an individual named Rosalio Gutierrez?
I only know him through text.
Can you explain how you know him in as much detail as possible?
Oh, sure. I was on a Facebook dating site, and then he liked me, and we started conversating through text only. Had a few texts. I felt like I felt nervous. I never met him. We talked every day. We text every day. He told me personal things about him, his daughter, his business. Moving forward on to May, he told me that he was going to Menards and picking up his daughter, and then the following day is when it happened.
So I wanted to go back a little bit. When did you first, if you remember, when did you first start talking to Mr. Gutierrez on Facebook dating?
Maybe February, because it was really short. It was only for a few months.
And from the time that you started talking to him to about May, let's say 18th, 2020, what was the frequency of your communication?
Texting. We would text frequently every day. When I got off of work, I would give him a phone call. We would talk about an hour or two, and then I didn't talk to him for the rest of the night. And then it would continue the next day.
So not only just texting, but also phone calls?
Correct. He wanted me to meet up with him in Kenosha, and I said, no, not today. No, it's not today. My gut told me no, so I never met him.
And when you're talking about all this talking and calling, what was the nature of the relationship? Was it just friendship, or was it more of a romantic relationship?
No, for me, it was just friendship. He wanted probably to take a step further, but I wasn't comfortable with that. So that was it. For me, it was strictly just friendship.
But you're saying for him,
yeah,
it seemed that he wanted more?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay. And jumping to May 17th, 2020, do you remember having a phone call with Mr. Gutierrez?
If that was a Sunday, yes.
It was a Sunday. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 75.
No, he's the victim. He's not on trial here, but they're trying to introduce some reasonable doubt into the case.
So it's just going to pop up on the screen.
I have not seen Sadie shown on the camera yet today. If somebody's seen that, let me know. I'm not sure if she's in the courtroom. Yes, Sadie's there in green. Okay. I missed that. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in here. The highlighted portion. Does that appear to be the phone call you remember having?
Around what time?
That says 8:49 p.m.?
Yeah. Kind of. It was night. I know it was night. It was dark out.
Okay. And that's your phone number?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So that 414-334-1158?
Correct. Correct.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Now you need a new phone.
That's your number, this date, and it says that phone call was about 17 minutes. Is that how long you remembered it being?
Yeah, because he was saying he had to run errands, go to Menards, pick up his daughter. He was like, when I get home, I'll give you a call. And he never returned. He never called me back. And then when I called him, probably a couple hours later, the phone just kept ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing and ringing.
So after you get off the phone, after the 17-minute conversation, you said he told you what he was going to be doing the rest of that evening?
Yes.
And can you say what that was?
Oh, and just to hold on for just a second. Objection.
That's hearsay.
What he told her on the phone.
That's clearly. How do you get around that one?
Why would it not be?
She has no answer. It's hearsay.
I would just argue that it was just the impression on Miss Lavora about what she thought he was doing, not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted.
What difference does it make what she thought?
Yeah, it's because it's for the truth of the matter asserted.
The defense's position. I have nothing further, Judge.
It's a weak argument.
Do you have any other questions?
No, I'm objecting based on hearsay.
Well, I have to say the sound is so bad in here.
Yeah.
I thought she said that is the defense's position, nothing further, Judge, which I thought was the end of your examination.
Judge is like,
maybe
all
you
right,
just didn't want to haggle.
Nothing further on our position on the objection.
Okay. Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account. And
I think the judge was caught not paying attention.
Minutes.
I think that's what happened right there. All right. So as we go on break, we're going to hang out here just for a minute to see what happens. Don't think we'll have anything else during the break. The judge was distracted completely, and as he caught up, he's like, "Oh, blah, 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 blah." He was just behind. And, all rise. Let's see. Judge just got caught sleeping again. He still hasn't ruled on the objection. Right. I think he thinks he ruled, but the state is not going to let it drop. Obviously, they're going to say, they'll reintroduce it and say, now, just to be clear for the record, had you ruled this way or that way? The defense, the long pause after the hearsay objection, he turns to the defense to get their response, speak on the argument.
Taking it easy.
They're like, that's just our position. We think it's her impression of what she thought he said he was going to be doing. This is hearsay. It says somebody says buffering. Who's buffering? I don't see it now. Thanks for the notice. I'm showing my data rate is high. Everything's good. Might have just been a hiccup. No buffer on other people's sides. Could have been YouTube as well. If a lot of people experience it, there might have been just a little network hiccup, but we're through it, hopefully for good. Still waiting for the fiber internet to get installed to the house. It's going to be wonderful. Wow. Just looking back, the thing that sticks out to me between this and our last break is the two witnesses, the boyfriend girlfriend that lived in the apartment, right? On A1 in 3907 there on 15th Street. The two witnesses who I realize she wants them in to say,
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
No, not that. They said that already. But she wants them in there so that they can say, we didn't hear anything. We live right there. We would have heard had something happened. And their testimony was, we didn't hear anything. But the way it came out through the question was like, the cops asked us and we just said we didn't hear anything. And I would have been asleep anyway. And I'm a heavy sleeper and we have a fan going. And at one point, I thought there was like a ray of hope when she says, I wouldn't hear any screaming or anything. I've never heard that in the apartments, but I hear footsteps. I'm like, oh, good. That's actually great for the defense because there was no fight, right? There was no big argument happening in the building next door that for her to hear. But, if had there been footsteps, she would have heard it. But then she goes on, she's like, I would definitely be asleep. I didn't tell them I was sleeping. They just asked if I heard anything, and I said no. I wouldn't have told him if I was sleeping. We have a box fan, and then at that point, the DA, you can hear it in his voice. Big old grin. He's like, done. No further questions. So both those witnesses, I can see sort of where the defense hoped they gained a little ground there with those people who lived there right next to the crime scene, but it really did just backfire, and it was a waste of everything. All right. The chainsaw thing, I don't know if we have a chainsaw that's been brought up a couple times, but there's no evidence or no even accusation at this point that a chainsaw was used in the crime. We know that there was one in the back of the car when he went to the tree farm, which is normal. It's a tree farm. That's how you cut down trees. And that he brought it home, things like that. But yeah, so there's no evidence that there would have been a chainsaw sound for people to hear at the crime scene.
No dead horse go unbeaten.
Right. Definitely stalkers don't make noise.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We're not going to address subject matter jurisdiction, but someone had asked about Discord, and they're saying, what's the big deal with Discord, and how does that work? First of all, Discord is, we have a group that runs a Discord page called As the Gavel Drops. This is Toxic Orchid, Lil Miss, Amber, a couple other people that are frequent. Some of them are mods here on this channel. They run this Discord page, and they have been before I started live streaming. They do a great job tracking true crime cases. So if there's a case you've heard about on the news, you're like, wow, that sounds weird. I wonder if I can follow that one. Odds are Discord has a page and a section on that page where you can find all the details about all those trials, where they're at, what the status is, the latest media that's been provided about them, any document dumps that have become available. You can find all those on that Discord page. There's also pages with calendaring, which is super useful when you're like, hey, what trial's next? The calendar's right there. You can look through month by month, see the dates of each trial, when they're supposed to start, what's happening next, whether it's a pre-trial hearing or jury trial starts or preliminary hearings. It's all on there on that calendar. Very useful. Now, there's a trick to get to Discord. You do this right here. At any time I'm live, you can type, oh, that's not the wrong one. You can type !Discord in chat. Let's see, where is it? Right there. Samantha Terry did it. It will provide this link, this response. And that response is an invite to the Discord page. Once you join, and I understand Discord is sort of like it's a weird tool. It's different. And the first time you get in there, you're like, I don't know what I'm looking at. Hang in there. Please hang in there. You have to do something called rolling up, and there are instructions as you log in. If you follow the instructions, basically read the rules and understand how Discord works and how the page is divided, once you roll up, it sort of opens up all the options and you can see everything.
Cajun Girl just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
Thank you very much, Cajun Girl. Appreciate it. How's it going to you as well? It is going great today. Thank you for being here, Cajun Girl. Anyway, Discord is fantastic. A lot of the people you see in chat here are over there on the Discord page as well. And one of the things it gives us over there, and I say us because it's not my Discord page. They've been kind enough to welcome our online community onto their page. But it gives us the opportunity to just hang out and chat, whether it's in text that's open 24 hours a day. They even have voice chat where you can jump in and just talk to people and hang out, and it's not live streamed over the internet or anything else. But you could just live chat
There
and
is
ask
something
questions.
strange at work in this land. I distrust the silence. I distrust even the pale moon, Aragon son of Arathorn, and king of Gondor.
Lord of the Ring quotes are always appropriate. Thank you very much, Charlie, for that. I appreciate you, man. Anyway, we'd love to see you over there on Discord, on the Discord page as the gavel drops. Matthew Harris, he's over there. You can reach out to him through different things as well. And Matthew does giveaways on Discord as well. He does the Can Koozie giveaways, which are awesome. He just mailed out a huge batch of those to people. I got tons of pictures from people that received them. And everybody loves free stuff. I mean, and Discord's free. If you love Discord, I will say, please consider boosting the channel. Boosting the channel allows them to have more server space, to store more documents, to have more, just more of everything, all the good stuff that you want over there on that page, including the voice chat and things like that. So, so I highly encourage that as well. Let's see.
All rise. Court is now in session.
I denied crypto Discords for years, but finally joined this one. Glad I did. Yeah, this is a good Discord. It's really good. It is well organized. There's a little bit of a learning curve, but they're super helpful over there. There's a place where you can ask questions. They can help you out and point you in the right direction. The search bar does wonders. It can and steer you to what you want because there is a ton of data, just absolutely a ton. Lil Miss says, can you do an update this morning, please? I totally slept in. Lil Miss, here's what you're going to have to do. Updates are provided by Brandy Churchwell on her YouTube channel. What we have, I'll do a just for you because you're special. We love you. We have defense. Prosecution is rested. Defense has started. We've had 4 witnesses. They've been very quick. The first witness was a crime scene investigator that sort of looked in the back of the van and marked areas of interest and basically found nothing. That she found the little drop of blood. She was the one that put the arrow there, or the presumed blood. But she found a bunch of other stuff that was not blood. They brought out some evidence, like there was, Clorox wipes in there, and there was, all these other stains that weren't blood. And there were other stains that looked like this stain that turned out to not be blood. Then let's see, witness 2. Who was witness 2? Oh, yes, the concrete guy. No, he was 3. Concrete guy was, concrete guy was 2. He was a guy who lived in the apartment next to Leo, and basically said I didn't hear anything. And he did seem to maybe have been under the influence of something helping him relax. Maybe just some deep breathing exercises or something. I'm not going to speculate what he did. Next, we had his girlfriend come in. They were both there in the apartment, roughly about the time that this event is believed to have occurred. They both said they didn't hear anything, but they also say they're either a heavy sleeper or they sleep during the time it would have happened, and they wouldn't have heard anything because of the box fan. And so it ended up being a nothing for the defense there.
Matter jurisdiction.
Last one on the stand is Kim Lavora. Kim Lavora is an accountant who knew Leo through a dating site. Okay, so this is another prospective interest of his that was going on at the same time. So we know there was another one already. So this would be, you've got Sadie, you have the other one, the other girl who drove to the apartment and showed up at the wrong place, sort of that in that time period, and then you have this third one as well. So it's making Leo look bad. It makes him look a little bit like a player, but that's where we are. She's on the stand right now. There's an objection that where the defense has clearly just flat out asked her to testify to hearsay. And it was so badly questioned. I mean, it's so blatant. It's almost like, what hearsay can you give us regarding what the witness said? It was just the defense, like, you almost made my objection for me in your question. That's how much you asked for hearsay there. The judge might have been a little distracted. He sort of hasn't ruled on it yet, and that's where we are. So, Lil Miss, there's an update. That's probably the best one I've ever given, and it's just for you. Thanks for being here. Glad you could make it, Lil Miss. Let's see. What questions do we have? Nana Geek says, St. Patrick quote, "I'm imperfect in many things. Nevertheless, I want my brethren and kinsfolk to know my nature so they may be able to perceive my soul's desire." Always appropriate. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how you doing? You just need my phone. She's stealing the burner phone. Don't call now. She will not answer. Or she will. I don't know. No, she won't. Are you leaving me? I mean, like, by leaving. Yeah, okay. She's not leaving me. She said she'll be fast. I think she's doing a grocery pickup or something. So we'll hold on the burner phone for a minute. Don't do anything yet. Let's see. There's the trial. Everything's right. Oh, not working well. My mouse is wandering from the screen to screen. I don't want it on that computer. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Questions, comments. Defense is boring, says Cajun Girl. I think we're picking up speed. At least it's fast, and we realize we do have two good witnesses, or at least two interesting witnesses that have really nothing to lose. I think in testifying, these two inmates, it'll be interesting to see what they have to say. I guess that they arguably have everything to lose, depending on how you look at it. Victim could have been murdered by another husband from Facebook dating. Guy play, it seems. Amber says, all right, I've officially hit weekend mode and have moved my workstation to my recliner. It's not too early. You're good, Amber. That's all good. The boots were the grandpa's and they were missing. Yes, did he brought the boots home, or he was working, he used the grandpa's boots? I don't understand exactly what happened there, but yeah, it appears that the grandpa's boots may be the same ones that have the burnt steel toe remnants in the fire pit. If anyone witnessed a stabbing or brutal beating, the idea of a box fan masking them isn't adding up, in my opinion. Ivan, consider this. There's a possibility, and I'm not saying that they did, but hypothetically, two young college students living together in an apartment may, on the weekends, partake in different substances that could impede their perception of events. It's not unreasonable for me to think that maybe they had help not hearing things, based on what was going on around them. Okay. Jury was sent out of the courtroom. Yes, just for a break. The judge does this on a regular basis. Gives the jury time to stand up, use the restroom, get a drink, something like that. Let's see. ZA looks exhausted. He's clean shaven today, but he does look pretty tired. Objections that are not timely asserted are waived. It's meant to stop litigants from lying behind the log, so to speak. That's one I hadn't heard before. Lying behind the log, like hiding and waiting, and then aha, I got you. That thing way back there. You made a mistake, and now all this is that makes sense with you. Phone's back. You good? All right, awesome. Burner phone's back. I think the boots were born in the murder. That's why he burnt them, or worn. I think, Mary. Sorry, the spell check got you there. Let's see. I've slept through an earthquake, so it's possible. Earthquakes are generally quiet. I remember. Let's see. I can remember being in a couple earthquakes. One of them, I was in my car, and I watched the street lights of the stoplight just start bouncing a little bit.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
No, that was the other one. The other one I was kicked back, taking it easy. Back to my gaming addiction days. It was probably 4 o'clock in the morning, maybe 5 o'clock in the morning. I was still up from the night before playing World of Warcraft. I was in a chair I was in a 4-legged chair. Talk about uncomfortable. I had been all night sitting in like a kitchen chair at a desk playing World of Warcraft. And at that point, I don't know what was going on. I was waiting for a raid to start or something, and I've been leaning back and I'm balancing on the chair. Like I've perfected. I've been in the chair so long. We've almost become one, right? And I'm leaning back on the back 2 legs, and I'm just sort of balancing there at the desk, just like finding that perfect point of equilibrium where I don't tip one way or the other. And that moment, there was an earthquake, and it knocked me on my butt. It knocked the chair out, and I lost it. It fell over backwards. Charlie says, speaking of fire, got to go split some firewood. I'll be listening. Awesome, Charlie. Be careful, and cut up a couple cords for me as well. True Celtic Mutt says, recovered. I move that the federal charge of wearing a man bun be added to this list of charges. I believe it's intergalactic charges. It's not just federal. Federal's very local, considering how widespread this offense is viewed. Don't think the DA has proven enough to charge him with murder. Okay, Sherry, that brings up a good point. The defense said we'd like to make an objection outside the presence of the jury. I think we're going to hear that before the jury comes back right after this break, where the defense has said we asked to make an objection outside and the judge sort of reserved that right to them. But I think their objection is going to be that the state has not proven the case, that they have not met their burden of proof to prove that Zach is guilty, and thus the judge should basically throw it out here. We don't have to go any further. The state failed. They had the burden of proof. We're done. That's what their motion's most likely going to be. The judge will deny that. There's like 100% he will deny it. Even if he thinks that, I don't think they did really, if there's like a smidgen of evidence to say that the jury could reasonably infer something, he's going to let it go forward. What other games did he play other than WoW? When I was playing WoW, that was all I played. But my first games that I remember, King's Quest, Prince of Persia, that goes way back. I first started playing games on I think it was the Franklin computer, which was an Apple knockoff computer. Those green monochrome screens, you'd put the disc in and you'd tell it to run the program, and then you go and you make a sandwich and you eat the sandwich and you drink the milk and have a cookie, and it's still loading the game. It was that one. I think we're back from the break here. Nope, just audio's happening. Let's see. Agnes Sky, would I do a poll for guilty at this point or not? I like to wait until the defense is done with their cross on the guilty poll.
Yeah, please. You were a new witness, yeah.
So they're back in court, but they're talking about other stuff. Just waiting for the audio to come back. Oregon Trail, I played that growing up in school. That was fantastic. I died from dysentery a million times on that game. My favorite part was shooting like the bears. You shoot deer and bear and things like that. I also played that on Monochrome. It's actually a game that they still make. You can play. I think I played it on my Apple TV. They have the game, and it's very similar. It's for being that old. I mean, for being like a 30-year-old computer game, it still is very true to the same experience, which was really fun. Age of Empires. Oh, I did like Age of Empires. I did a lot of the custom maps and some online battles with those, which is sort of a different experience, but really fun. Also, it's the Warcraft knockoff, the 4-person player battle from.
We're ready to roll.
I can't remember. You guys will remember it. Am I using a Blackmagic switcher? Goodman Law Firm, I am. I'm using the ATEM Mini Extreme ISO HDMI version. They have a new version that is SDI. I would love that, but all my equipment is HDMI. So I am using that switcher. That is what makes this possible. This right here, the big screen. Let me put my hands where you can see it. yeah. That big screen with all the different pictures, those images. That's made possible by the ATEM switcher. I have 8 different inputs I can put in, and I can output and see all of them at once on one screen. So that's just a regular TV that's being powered by the switcher. But that's what I use. I love it. I love it. I realize a lot of people do live streaming with like StreamYard or OBS or things like that where it's software based. This switcher is actually running, it's pushing straight to YouTube. I could shut my laptop off, unplug it, shut down my Mac, and the stream would still go because that switcher has a built-in encoder. It's pushing straight to YouTube. It makes things happen. It's magic. It's just amazing. Unfortunately, it's a little bit pricey. It's like $1,300 or so. But hardware is best. I agree. Let's see. Castle Wolfenstein. Yes, Castle Wolfenstein was a good game. We played that and sort of Doom as well, sort of a later version of that as well. I played that in school on our computer network room, or in our computer room. The teacher didn't know we had installed it. He thought we were doing typing training. Anyone play the Atari? Yes. Played the Atari at my friend's house. My nerd is showing. It's a pretty wide streak.
Thank you. Ms. Lavora, you indicated that approximately when did you start speaking with Mr. Gutierrez?
For a few months, probably estimate maybe February.
And you consider this a friendship, is that accurate?
Yes.
And is one of the things you bonded over how close you both are to your respective children?
I think it was just more of common daily activities, I guess, children, food.
But did he speak to you a lot about his children?
Objection, relevance.
He said he had.
Hold on a minute. Just what's relevance?
One of the things the state has to prove here is Mr. Gutierrez has gone through this witness in terms of their conversations about what is important to them. It's just seeking if that was something that was important to him. It'll be brief. Thank you. Did he speak a lot about his children and their activities?
Generally, not specifically, no.
Did he explain about how active a role he took in baseball with his son or gymnastics with his daughter?
I can try to help you.
Gymnastics, yes, and softball, baseball, correct, yes.
And
thanks for that.
And you indicated that through May 17th of 2020, you guys were in communication daily, multiple times a day?
Correct.
And after your phone call with him on May 17th of 2020, did you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
After that phone call, no.
And after you didn't hear from him when he was supposed to call you later that night, Did you then try to reach out to him multiple times to?
Correct, yes.
And were any of those ever answered?
No.
Did his phone start going directly to voicemail?
It started ringing continuously, a couple times, and then it went dead. So.
And during your friendship with Mr. Gutierrez, was it unusual for him not to get back to you in a timely fashion, given how often you guys spoke?
Yeah, that was very strange.
And ultimately, because you were someone that was in Mr. Gutierrez's phone when that scene was found, did you speak to law enforcement about your friendship with Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And did you offer to them all the information you had regarding anything you knew about him?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, during your time of talking via the phone for those couple of months, there were times you were actually in Kenosha physically and you two did not meet up, correct?
I was never in Kenosha.
Oh, you never met up in Kenosha?
No.
Okay. So
Never in
you and
Kenosha.
Mr. Gutierrez never had any plans to meet up as of May 17th, 2020?
He wanted to meet up, but I never went.
Just kept it digital.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
Nothing further on redirect. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
You may step down, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Burning through these witnesses. D.A. Vell, there's some tough books out there that are spendy. They're rugged for outdoor use. There are a few out there, but they cost
Judge,
a bit.
at this time, the defense would like to make argument. We have witnesses. There was a development where the state had talked to an individual today. Sure. So we don't have witnesses ready now because of the development until the afternoon. So we're hoping to take this time to make the arguments that we would have made earlier and to instruct the court on where we're going to be moving forward.
What developments?
Would it be convenient to break until 12:30?
It's a 20-minute break.
I get wagging of the head. Is that, no, it wouldn't be, or? What did you say? Ah, bless you. You have no idea how wonderful you people have been.
At this point, they're sort of captives, Judge. So we're.
Well, I know it, but they could be owly too, and they're not. I mean, I've had cases where the jurors just glared at me. Anyway, let's break and come back at 12:30. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't talk to anybody,
I think we're going to stay here. We'll have some business to do.
About anything about the case. And
so let's let
12:30.
Let's let the jury stand up and leave. We'll keep the sound on as we wait for the jury to head out, and then we're going to have probably hear what's up. Let's see, newer game, Cyberpunk 2077. I downloaded it yesterday. Haven't played it yet. I really have not got into gaming. Once I sort of got done with this addiction, I don't go back. I do a little bit. Let's see. What did this witness give the defense? Not much. We haven't got much. I want to know what the development is. In my mind, I'm just running through this in my head. Let's see if the...
All right. Did permit the defense to reserve motions at the close of the state's case. So I think, Mr. O'Berry, you're on the floor.
It's a quick motion.
Your Honor, at the close of the state's case, it's required under appellate case law and for the defense to make a motion generally as it relates to whether or not the state has presented enough evidence that any reasonable jury could find the defendant guilty. And what I want to do is talk in particular about, and I'll start with count 2, because there is a failure of proof with regard to that charge. That is the stalking, where Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. is the victim of that. And as the court is well aware, when we look at the jury instructions for stalking, it is committed by one who intentionally engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific person that causes that person to either suffer serious emotional distress or to fear bodily injury or death to himself or herself, or a member of his or her family or household. And that would cause a reasonable person to, again, either suffer serious emotional distress or to fear bodily injury or death to him or herself or a member of his or her family or household. And where the actor knows or should have known that the conduct would cause that person to suffer serious emotional distress or to place the person in reasonable fear of bodily injury or death to himself, herself, a member of his or her family or household.
The stalking charge isn't
the state
about
has presented
Sadie.
no evidence at all
It's about
concerning Mr. Gutierrez either perceiving such a serious, and again, it's not just any emotional distress, but serious emotional distress, and or anything about bodily injury or death, any apprehension of that. Of course, another way that can be brought in is if it would have, well, a second element actually is that it would have caused a reasonable person to have those same beliefs. The only evidence that has been introduced at all regarding the effect of these activities on Mr. Gutierrez himself was specifically that he was not afraid of Mr. Anderson in any way. In fact, there were some, we might call, jousting, not afraid of this guy type stuff. And there hasn't been any evidence presented by the state that would fit those elements as it relates to Mr. Gutierrez at all. So the fact that there's no proof on that element that's been introduced by the state, that should be a directed verdict of not guilty. Now, I want to talk about count 1 because there was some evidence that was received relating to Ms. Beecham's apprehension of emotional distress. There was one point where she testified that she was, quote, fearful. There was also evidence introduced surrounding all of the other circumstances, how she felt in response to it, what her reaction was, and things she did in response to them. Now, it's important to note that when we have, and I'm going to make an analogy here to the law that we understand as it relates to simple disorderly conduct, and you'll see why in a second. Because as we know, there's activity that we as a society are willing to tolerate within the bounds of normal and sometimes difficult interactions between human beings. And the court's well aware disorderly conduct is an example of that because it has to rise to a level where it's outside the scope of what we would consider to be tolerable activities, given the fact that people do have difficulties in life and sometimes do express themselves in ways that don't rise to that criminal level. So complications and arguments and some jousting going back and forth, some argumentation going back and forth, practically all of which was in the context of the children, but also what could probably be characterized as just normal friction that goes on when there's the ending of a relationship. The fact that Ms. Beecham had, and as she testified in the stand, at one point she did use the word fearful, but there was no evidence that this was serious or severe emotional distress, and no evidence that she was fearful for her actual safety or life. So, taking the evidence as a whole, there is not, in our opinion, sufficient evidence that any reasonable jury could find Mr. Anderson guilty on count 1 either. And again, I acknowledge that there was one statement where then she used the word fearful, and that was all she said.
That's
now,
enough. The judge is going to allow that to go forward.
The most complicated aspect of this case, of course, is the fact that the state has charged in count 3 first-degree intentional homicide, and of course that relates to causing the death of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. with intent to kill that person as a Class A felony. The state has established, I think it's reasonable to state, and a reasonable jury could conclude that he is at least missing, and it's not an illogical step for the state to argue that he is in fact dead under the circumstances. So we acknowledge that. But
maybe dead.
The fact that and Mr. Gravely himself put on a great deal of evidence about how extensive the investigation, all the different places that they looked, and one would have to believe that with all of those resources at the state's disposal, that something more would have come up. So I know this is very difficult to quantify in any particular way. There's no mathematical formula here, but the state would ask, the defense would ask the court to determine if the state has met that threshold as to whether or not the state has produced sufficient evidence that would enable a reasonable jury to render a guilty verdict at that point. And the same argument really goes for count 4, because acknowledging that there is evidence that could be perceived as somebody removing a corpse if the person was dead from the apartment and then doing something with it. The only real evidence of that is the missing rug, the amount of blood, and arguably this other spot that was in the car. And assuming, of course, that the cutting out of the rug is something that the state believes that they've established timeline-wise. So again, hiding a corpse, there isn't a corpse, and it's again one of those complicated situations that the defense would ask the court to determine if a reasonable jury would be able to find the defendant guilty of that count.
His heart is even in this objection.
With regard to count 3 and 4, I think those are pretty much traditional arguments that the defense makes in these types of situations. But I, again, on count 2, would emphasize there's been a complete failure of proof on the elements of causing Mr. Gutierrez to suffer either serious emotional distress or to fear bodily injury or death.
That's their strongest argument.
And then, again, with regard to count 1, relating to Sadie Beecham, that with the exception of her use of the word fearful, which we'd argue doesn't rise to the level of serious emotional distress, there's been a failure of proof with regard to that as well, and we'd ask the court to direct a verdict with regard to that as well. So we're asking for directed verdicts on count 1 and 2. We're asking the court to dismiss counts 3 and 4 on the basis that the state hasn't produced sufficient evidence to enable a reasonable jury to come to the conclusion.
Thank you. State?
Judge, I'm looking at the stalking instruction. I'd like to start with that. So I'm looking at the jury instruction itself. Page 2 of the jury instruction defines suffers serious emotional distress. It does include what counsel mentioned, which is to feel terrified, threatened. Those things are included, but unfortunately for the defense argument, it also includes harassed in that definition. So again, that's the bracketed definition of suffer serious emotional distress in jury instruction 1284, which is the official jury instruction for Wisconsin for the court to read for stalking. So in this case, certainly both of the charged persons who are victims, alleged victims in this particular scenario, would have reason to feel harassed by a series of incidents. And as the court knows, in terms of a venue statute, if any one of the requisite acts occur in your county, then you may use other counties' acts as a portion of that venue. And in this case, the course of conduct required by stalking is at least 2 acts. We have alleged and have now abundant evidence from the state's perspective that on April 25th, the defendant at the home of Sadie Beecham, so that's not in Kenosha, but would be in terms of the course of conduct, something that meets the venue statute, that he peeped in a window, observing both Sadie Beecham and Rosalio Gutierrez, and that he broke into and took items from the truck of Rosalio Gutierrez. I think the court has heard the evidence of that, including that documents that are consistent with that were brought up to Sadie Beecham, that there's on the defendant's phone, there's a picture that can only really be explained by his removal of an item from Rosalio Gutierrez's truck. And the defendant himself has admitted to various parties that he peeped in the window. That was even brought up. He admitted that to law enforcement and observed those two persons. So that certainly would cause any individual to feel harassed at the very least. The defendant then, on May 8th, plants a phone in the car of Sadie Beecham. That car comes down to the Kenosha address of Rosalio Gutierrez. Again, that's done for purposes of essentially harassment and monitoring, which is again harassing, and that's harassing to both of the two individuals. And then on May 13th, we provide evidence that the defendant is again eavesdropping, at this time in Kenosha, at the home of Rosalio Gutierrez. Not only does his phone place him in Kenosha at that time, but it's the very same phone that is using to text Sadie Beecham. So she's literally inside the house of Rosalio Gutierrez in Kenosha. The phone of the defendant is in Kenosha, based on the evidence the court's heard
I want to
from
talk about this, Randall,
FBI
later.
agent Hannah Judd. From that same device, he is texting the exact words that Rosalio Gutierrez has just uttered. Again, this is communicated to Sadie Beecham, so this is the defendant wishing that to be communicated. And so, again, is a second incident of eavesdropping, not at Sadie Beecham's home, but at an individual's home in Kenosha. The court heard both of these individuals express distress in various ways. Again, it's a reasonable person standard. Would a reasonable person who has had a phone placed in their car and who has been peeped on twice in a 3-week period feel harassed? Would that be what a reasonable person would believe? And I think that there's a simple answer to that, what a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence would consider about that. And in fact, the defendant only has to intend directly to broadcast one of those, per the stalking jury instruction. So as the jury instruction ends, it says that the defendant knew or should have known at least one of these acts constitute a course of conduct, again, that would cause someone to feel harassed based on what I have just described to the court. Well, each of these would be something that a reasonable person would believe would cause someone to feel harassed. So, again, I think we've met the stalking statute as to both. And, again, Rosalio Gutierrez mentions to at least one friend that's in evidence, hey, this is happening to me. Certainly there are a number of texts between himself and Sadie Beecham where they express significant concern about what's happening. Rosalio Gutierrez even talks about, having a confrontation with this individual. This was abundantly presented in cross-examination in this case. And that is a sign of an individual dealing with feeling harassed in a situation. It's a very logical reaction to feeling like some person you don't know is harassing you. So that I think that there's abundant evidence of stalking as to both of those two per the presentation I've just made. As to the homicide, I'll go right to the element of causing the death. The court has now heard 3 members of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. I think I count over 40 total years of experience in crime scene investigation and blood evidence from those 3 individuals. The court knows the State Crime Lab have many of the preeminent experts in this area in our state. They have all offered the opinion that this particular thing located in the defendant's van, simultaneous with seeing that shortly before, per the evidence in this case so far, his van has a cutout section that would be an area sufficient to store the body of Rosalio Gutierrez, at least for a short period of time. And there is blood found in that van, and that blood is in fact the DNA of Rosalio Gutierrez. So to transport the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez away with the strong evidence of motive, with all of the other things that we've talked about happening on April 25th, the 8th, and the 13th, and then with the significant deception that the defendant engages in his interaction with law enforcement on May 19th, combined with the rest of the evidence we've presented in terms of circumstantial pieces, From the state's perspective, we have provided sufficient evidence for any reasonable jury to conclude a homicide has occurred. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just briefly, very quickly, Judge. The argument that Mr. Gravely just made with regard to the reasonable person aspect of stalking only relates to element 2. That is, the course of conduct would have caused a reasonable person to either suffer serious emotional distress or to fear bodily injury, etc. But the important thing here is element 3 is that the defendant's acts did cause that person to actually suffer serious emotional distress, induce fear of bodily injury or death. So that's what
and they have to meet all of the following criteria.
Of that.
Well, again, the definition of suffer serious emotional distress, which is located in 2 and 3, is the same, which is harassed, which includes the subsection harassed.
And again, just briefly.
Well, no, that's you're combining the act with the cause with the effect.
Right. They might have something on Leo. The defense might be right to get the charge on Leo for stalking.
Oh, I'm not arguing that.
Dismissed.
So yeah, you both have to, the conduct and the result, but the result is the result of the words suffer serious emotional distress.
It's not a question of whether or not he was stalking
that
them.
The individual involved
but
feels
it's
harassed.
a question of the law in Wisconsin and what.
But that still doesn't cover both elements.
What elements
that
they
we're
need to
talking
meet.
about, 2 and 3, really. Well, the reason, logically speaking, the reason why element 2 exists is that we're adding a reasonable person standard on top of the actual causation that's represented in element 3. So presumably there could be a situation where somebody is overly sensitive and wouldn't be that reasonable person standard, which is why the state has to prove that additional aspect of it. But also, I think it's a leap to say that eavesdropping on somebody is harassment. And that's essentially what the state is saying. But checking in on the mother of your children and see what she's doing that doesn't rise to harassment necessarily.
I don't know about that. I'm not having such trouble, but I guess I think there's a step being skipped here. In merging the cause and the effect. The cause is harassing behavior by the defendant, and I think that there's evidence there from which the jury could conclude that that element is present. The defendant's argument, as I understand it, is that where's the evidence that the defendant's acts had the effect of inflicting
I think defense might have a point on this. Just with Leo.
One of
the rest is bogus, and the
3
judge is going to let it go to the jury.
Is caused Rosalio Gutierrez to suffer serious emotional distress.
Right.
So yes. So the second element here is what would a reasonable person be feeling out of this, right? That's the second element. The third element is what did the named victim feel out of this? But the definition remains the same. That when you opt for to suffer serious emotional distress, whether you're speaking about the reasonable person or you're speaking about the victim themselves, right? It's still the same definition of suffer serious emotional distress. It's just all that happens in those change of elements is what would a reasonable person feel, and then what did the purported victim feel. In this case, the way you do that, you can't read the mind of individuals, right? We know this, right? In all instructions, it's from the acts and circumstances, particularly when you have a deceased person, right? So, otherwise you would never be able to stalk a person if you managed to murder them. You'd never be able to do it, right? So the third element here is what impact did this have on Rosalio Gutierrez? And within the definition of suffer serious emotional distress, one of the options is Did he feel harassed? Okay, so what is the element? What are the pieces of evidence he felt harassed? Well, he told an individual that he felt that this person was a problem. And if the court remembers, the court limited that evidence on various times. We described it. We were wanting friends of Rosalio Gutierrez to talk about how he had identified an individual who was a problem for him. But we did manage to get one individual to be able to say that. And in their text messages back and forth, which were covered extensively, Judge, it's clear that Mr. Gutierrez is feeling harassed. And I told you, I think the most clear answer about that is the way he is planning on solving the issues that are related specifically is he's thinking, I will go over there. He does as much as collect the address of this individual. And I think that's the most rational and logical way that one would respond. So elements 2 and 3, the only change is what is a reasonable person going to be impacted, and then element 3 is how about the victim himself. But it's the same definition of suffer serious emotional distress. So certainly a reasonable jury could say, based on the facts we heard, Rosalio Gutierrez is someone specifically who would feel harassed here.
If I may.
Well, they didn't. The legislature did not use, or at least,
It did not say reasonable person on that
this
one.
language is taken from the law itself.
I've got the law in front of me.
Not
I'm
just a pattern
reading it.
instruction from the committee, but they didn't use the word annoyed.
Didn't use what
They
word?
didn't
Sorry?
use the word annoyed.
No, they terrified,
didn't.
intimidated, threatened, harassed, or tormented.
They chose harassed.
They chose intimidated, threatened, terrified, harassed, or tormented. Now, we had a case in here a couple of years ago. Not you, but a couple of people from your office, and
Tanya, it's all right. It's all cool. I can talk about it. It's good.
the prosecutor. Well, all of our names who were involved in the case. Our addresses were published on the internet. My children's names were published on the internet.
Judge got doxxed.
What the goofball thought were my children's addresses were put on the internet. All wrong. So I was annoyed. I cautioned my family. I made them aware of the situation.
Was he threatened?
But in the case of at least one of your assistants, the correct information was published. And you know what he went through. I don't actually know what his reaction was. I know what a reasonable person would have felt: terrified, intimidated, threatened, tormented, and harassed. That's what the reasonable person would have felt. And if you told me that he was any of those, I would say it makes sense to me. And I think the significant difference is that in my case, I knew the information was faulty, so I was still very annoyed, but I would not qualify myself as having fit into those categories. So it depends somewhat on the nature of the provocative behavior. And the question is not whether, there's I won't talk about your assistant, or I won't talk about myself.
He's
But there
referring
are
to events that
people
happened
who
after
would
the Rittenhouse
react to
trial,
that
where both the DA
by
and him
searching the person out,
were involved.
beating the living daylights out of them. Happens all the time. That's our business, that we deal with these types of cases on a daily basis. So I'm not sure. Terrified, intimidated, threatened maybe, harassed, tormented.
This person was.
You're talking about now. We're not talking about the reasonable person. We're talking
I
about
understand.
Mr. Gutierrez, and so if that element were written as being annoyed, I would quickly dispose of this motion.
He's peeped on twice. So within 3 weeks, he is inside the privacy of someone's home, their castle. Okay? And a person who does not have a right to look in the window, make observations, and then taunt individuals outside does those things, Judge. That's the allegation here. 2 separate times in 2 locations, he is eavesdropping on private conversations inside the home. This is I would say to you that's the definition of harassing someone. That is the definition of harassing someone. If somebody was outside your or my window when we were in the privacy of our own home, and they were then communicating to people that we were close to and saying, here's what I'm observing in there. Here's what you just said inside your house.
Yeah, that would prove what a reasonable person's reaction would be.
Which is element 1.
But this is a deceased individual. So how, I mean, so the court knows that those things occur.
I can't presuppose that, by the way. I'm not the jury.
We cannot look into the mind of an individual in this situation. We cannot do that. So except what I've told you already, what I've already shared with you, which is we've shared extensive email information back and forth where he and Sadie talk about how the stress of this particular experience, right? They're communicating about this. And Rosalio Gutierrez's reaction, shared with the jury, is, I think I'm going to take care of it. I think I'm going to go find this guy. I'm going to deal with him. And they even have a conversation revealed in the text messages about the address. So the court indicated, well, if someone shared your information on the internet, that might be your same situation. Yes. But the added information the court has is that what Rosalio Gutierrez knew at the time was that his information was he had been literally peeped on twice in private residences where then the information obtained in that peeping on him was being used to taunt people. And I'm not even talking about breaking in his vehicle, which of course is something that is a worry as well, private information, right? So for instance, what happens is a letter is taken from his vehicle, and that letter is utilized to try to indicate that Sadie should be watching out because he's actually in some other relationship. It's being used in a way to try to harm Mr. Gutierrez.
The statute deals with effect, not cause. You're talking about cause.
Right.
You're talking about effect on a reasonable person. And the motion, as I understand it, is...
I think he's going to drop one of the charges.
...on Mr. Gutierrez. He's dying to talk again, so I'm going to let him.
And I'm being so patient, Judge. Because I didn't want to interrupt Mr. Gravely, but...
Yes, he did.
I'll quote from a very significant text from Mr. Gutierrez. I'm not worried about it. That's exactly what he said. And the argument that one is guilty of stalking, and the most compelling proof of that is the fact that Mr. Gutierrez wanted to beat down Mr. Anderson? That's stalking? I mean, so... That he had a reaction like, I want to take care of this, I want to deal with it, and simultaneously saying, I'm not really worried about it. I think the court's right. It may be something that one gets annoyed by, which is why I had the discussion about for something to rise to the level where it's criminal conduct.
I think
type of criminal
we're only going to see the stalking charge related to Leo possibly be dropped here.
An actual effect of harassment.
Dismissed.
And the most, I get a bunch of fancy arguments here about how, and again, he's focusing on reasonable persons, but we have evidence that it didn't bother Mr. Gutierrez from his own words. And in fact, one could glean that he almost found it amusing that he was going to break his legs or call somebody up to do something to him.
There's still a charge about stalking Sadie.
You can't prove that one's harassed because they want to beat you up.
Well, I think that I cannot, and I think this is the appropriate test, I can't exclude the possibility that the jurors will see it as Mr. Gravely does, and that a reasonable jury could come to that conclusion. When you use the word terrified, as the statute does, that kind of shoves aside a reaction like, I'm going to go confront the guy and I'll take care of this. That to me is more the reaction of an annoyed person rather than a terrified one. But it's not. I'm not so sure of that I would grab the issue away from the jury. So I'm going to deny your motion.
Right. And just so the court, the subsection says or.
So nothing got
terrified is
dropped.
one, but thank you.
Yeah, wrong way.
Thank you.
just think the court.
That was a
denies
good
my
argument.
motion, but he still has to add something to
Well,
it.
let's
We're done.
now come on now. Let's play nice. And your other motion with respect to the fourth count, did you make some comment on that?
With the hiding corpse?
Yeah.
Very simply that, we don't have a corpse, and I know we don't have to have one, but the evidence of, again, the aspects of that, similar to count 3, I simply asked the court to analyze the evidence as to what evidence there is that a reasonable jury could find that Mr. Anderson himself, as opposed to anybody else, hit a corpse with the intent to avoid apprehension for a crime. And I acknowledge that if there is a corpse, if there is a death, which I know that the state has to prove that as part of this, but even supposing that, I'd ask the court to make that determination. I'm required to make the motion in any event.
Well, if the jury is satisfied of the state's proof on count 3,
Count 1.
then there was a body, and it's gone, and there's evidence.
If they get him with
jury
murder, they'll get him with hiding the corpse, is what
conclude
they're
that
saying.
it was the act of the defendant that led to the removal of the body. So, motion is denied. What else?
That's all.
I think that the defense wanted to just inform the court of where we are witness-wise for the remainder of the day. There was a development where the state had talked to an individual, and that nixed the necessity of 3 witnesses we had lined up for this afternoon. So now, instead of having 6 witnesses for this afternoon, the defense only has available 3. However, we believe that those 3 will take up this, if not the whole afternoon, the majority of the afternoon. So that's the 2 witnesses who are in custody, Marquand Washington and Nicholas McAtee, and then we have an officer witness available to testify after that. As far as the other witnesses, due to their commitments and availability, we have them all lined up for Monday. And we have a remainder of, I believe it will be 8 or 9 witnesses for Monday. And so given that the majority of these witnesses are short, we would include resting. We would expect to rest on Monday afternoon.
Well, do you have comment, by the way?
No, I appreciate that counsel has tried to keep me appraised of our developments, and so and that is why we were able to remove 3 witnesses. So I mean, I guess I want to tell the court I think that development was a positive one. When we interacted, we were able to check some things that I think allowed them to not need to call those witnesses. So no, I think that is the current schedule, and I defer to them about how many more witnesses they have or where they think the schedule will take us in terms of Monday.
Well, first off, the last word spoken in this courtroom this afternoon will be at 4:30. That is the last word.
It'll be dismissed.
In this courtroom this afternoon.
Meaning we're not going past that is what I think the court said.
You are so right.
But
it's weekend.
But that doesn't think
Early
about
weekend.
what happens if we're done at 4 and they have no further witnesses.
You know what? I'm not going to go to the complaint department if you
Very
want.
good. Okay.
But just so you know, you're not.
Nothing past
going to
4:30.
be, the muzzles will go on at 4:30.
Gotcha.
That's number one. Number two, no matter how many witnesses there are on Monday, and you tell me that you consistently refer to short witnesses, and we've had a few. I think you mean brief. No matter how brief they may be ready for instruction, and I do instruct first. Be ready for instruction on Monday, which is why any requests that you have on verdicts or instructions will be due at what did I say when we were talking?
At 5 o'clock
5 p.m. on Sunday. 5 p.m. on Sunday. Send it to my email that you've gotten on prior communications, and of course send copy to the other side. And you can list the instructions by number unless you have changes. If you have changes, you need to set forth the full change you want. And highlight the differences between the standard and what you want. Sometime before noon tomorrow, I hope, this is not for sure, but I will hope to send you a preliminary draft of the boilerplate stuff.
And if the boilerplate stuff is what we anticipate, then we do not need to communicate with you at 5. If we have no different,
just tell me you're comfortable with everything.
Very good. So you still would like us to communicate and say something. Got it.
Recommendo.
And just so I make sure I'm understanding everything, if we're just asking for the standard instruction, we can just simply include the number. It's only if we're asking for a change to include that and the difference.
That is correct, and I did mention when you were up here before that I don't. The statute, I think, is a little difficult to work with in terms of making a fully intelligible statement to the jury of what exactly needs to be proved. So while I'm not demanding it of you, the form that was in the
summarize here in just a
preliminary
minute.
Instructions,
Puppy, hang on one second.
which I will repeat in the ones that are sent to you over the weekend. That follows the what's in the information, and I think it's awkward. But if both sides are comfortable with that, far be it for me to jazz around with your case. Was there something else? I don't think so. Anything else from you folks?
We're back at 12:30.
Well,
Please.
can we have lunch? I mean, we can't go get lunch and be back by 12:30. It's impossible.
He's like, I'd like to eat today, please, Judge. Can I please have some food?
Well, there's fast food available. Yes, and you can even have meat if you like. All right.
So what time should we be back?
12:30.
Okay.
No,
That's 45 minutes.
The jury's been so good.
Yeah.
And I feel like such a traitor if I give you more time than I give them and have them sit up there in the dungeon. I probably
Upstairs
won't
dungeon.
lift my voice if you're here by 12:40. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, let me just ask this, is there a medical reason why you need longer? Oh, okay. No, you have to eat.
Go grab a burger from McDonald's and get back here in 45 minutes. Okay, so Judge is ordering fast food for everybody, or ordering them to go eat fast food because they don't have time for a sit-down restaurant. Okay, so a quick summary of where we are as Judge is dismissing us for lunch right now. What just happened there was normal. Initially I said, this is just standard operating procedure. They have to say this to preserve the appeal. They have to ask the judge to say, hey, they didn't prove their case, go ahead and dismiss it type thing, or rule him not guilty because there's no proof. But in the argument, the defense argument on the charge of stalking as it related to Leo, Now, I realize we all sit here and we say all we've heard is stalking evidence the entire trial long. The stalking evidence is everywhere. But as it relates to Leo, in Wisconsin, there are 3 elements to that crime that have to be met. And that third element is it doesn't involve a reasonable person would conclude that they would feel threatened or something in the situation. It's steal something from the fridge. Why is there a buffer? It seems to be good. On my end, is it back? We're back. What did I miss? That was really quick. Okay, so our servers report excessive internet usage in your area. Please stop downloading cute cat videos and try again. That's the problem. We fixed it. Let me stop this. Stop one of the download feeds. But the defense made an argument that based on how I was reading the law in Wisconsin, I thought that was pretty convincing. I was actually surprised the judge didn't grant that. But he did err on the side of caution and say he doesn't know how the jury would view it, and they might view it differently. I think that was the weakest part of the state's case was to have that charge of the stalking against Leo.
I'm not a cat.
Realize there's the bigger charge is the stalking of murder, right? Or the charge of murder, and then they're just throwing the stalking as well. If he gets convicted of murder, they'll probably also convict him for stalking. That's where it goes. But that did not happen. The judge denied that motion by the defense, and so everything is going to go forward. So all the 4 charges are going to go forward. The jury's going to hear them all. The defense is going to finish arguing their case over the next 2 days, and we're going to move forward. I might make a change to the feed over lunch while you guys are all running to get your burger from the fast food joint, down the road.
I'm not a camel.
I'll make a quick change to the feed during lunch. If you want some more information during lunch, I'd recommend going to Matthew Harris's channel and checking out the new video he dropped yesterday on I believe it was on suing your ex. Also, if you need a catch up on this trial, if you popped in, if you've been watching another trial and you're just joining us today and you want to catch up, Brandy Churchwell's channel on YouTube she has some great videos. I think there are 3, maybe 4 videos now. On this trial that you can watch pretty quickly, that she gets all the pertinent bits and puts them all together, and you'll be up to speed. You'll know who we're talking about and who's speaking and why it's important very quickly.
There's a lawsuit.
Also on Discord here, Samantha Terry has just posted that. Go ahead and click the link to go to Discord and open it up. Figure out how to do it. It's very easy to roll up. Once you get in there, I promise you, when you first open it up, you're like, what am I doing? But once you get in there, once you roll up, there is so much information about all the true crime cases you care about and we follow in there. You love it. Lisa says, have you got the sound effect for Poot when he said, ready to rock and roll, Your Honor? I need that one. Lisa, if you can find that and clip it and send it to the burner phone, I'll listen to it. I want it to be nice and clean so there's no other people talking or too much sound in the background, just so it will be clearly understood if we play it. I'd love to add that to the list. Brandy, what's her last name? Brandy Churchwell, and it's Brandy with an I, Brandi Churchwell. And she was the creator of the Churchwell chart. I think she might even be in chat right now. She's probably working on her next video as we speak. But Brandy does a great job. How do you follow her channel? You can just search for Brandy Churchwell right here, right there. Let's see, I think one of the mods would be able to link her channel. Either way, if you showed up here and you like what you see, if you like the community, I would ask humbly, very humbly, that you please subscribe to the channel. It is free today only, and so if we could get that would be great. There's Brandy's channel. Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate that. There's a quick link to it. But if you could subscribe to the channel, that's great. That helps other people like you find us, and we want that. We want to grow. We want to have more people like you in chat that we can just hang out and have fun with. So I would take that as a personal favor, and you'd have my undying thanks. Once again, big shout out. Thank you to all the mods who make this such a fun place and sort of keep the ball rolling. They do a lot of the work that lets me focus on the trial and be able to do the synopsis and catch up and stuff that people ask for. Well, they take care of a lot of the requests that you guys have as well and make it just easy for me. They're amazing. They're They're unpaid. They're volunteers. They're all over the world, quite honestly, all over the world. And it's so good. I have the best mods on the internet, and you guys are the best as well. That being said, we're going to play a little bit of music. We're going to give you a little bit of a break. We are going to stop the live stream and start a new one for the afternoon session. When we start a new session, we give away the internet to the first person in chat. The entire internet. Everything IP-related worldwide becomes one person's. And you win that just by being the first person in chat. So if you would like to be that person, just make sure you have the notification bell on. And when you see the notification that we will be going live soon, hop in and say anything. Say anything. As long as it passes the YouTube filter, as long as it gets in first person chat, will be the winner. So thank you very much. Kathy, you did it this morning today. Kathy, you did a fantastic job. The buffering I don't think was on your end, so thank you very much. We are very close to hitting 8,000 subscribers. It's bizarre. We hit 7,000 subscribers 1 week ago. The channel is growing so fast because of you all. We're almost up to 7,850 or something like that right now. So thank you so much. I appreciate all the support. Love you guys that are here. Tonight, if you're not able to return and not able to catch up with the second hour, let me just say, when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We'll be live this afternoon in about 30 minutes now, because we're going to be back about 15 minutes before the judge. And we're going to follow this court case through the rest of the day. Then tonight, 8 p.m. on this same channel, Weather Watch and I, Thomas and Scott, have our regular weekly podcast. Great time, same great group. It is live. You get to interact with us through chat as well. So I highly recommend that as well. So thank you very much. Have a great lunch. We'll see you just in a little bit.